Good morning, everyone. My name is Israelai, and I will be moderating the US Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. Just a quick announcement. Kindly be seated and be comfortable. We're sorting out the tags. So before long, everybody else is going to get their tags. We're going to sort them out, and we're going to get it to you. So you don't have to worry about going back to pick it up. So just be comfortable. We'll get you your tags. At least nobody's going to get you out of the room because you don't have a tag. So we will get to you shortly. Thank you very much. and good morning again. So I was here earlier with the announcement about the tags, and when I came up here, I didn't have my tag. Now I have my tag. It means everybody's going to get their tags. But in the meantime, quick announcement: there's welcome coffee out there in the hallway. You can go grab something while we're networking. So please, the coffee is for you. Let's not let it go waste. So grab something. Thank you. Hello, hello. Good morning once again. I'm back here. Once I'm back here, you know there's an announcement coming up. Again, my name is Ezra Lai, and I'll be emceeing the event for the next few days. So the announcement I have for you right now is, yes, we're supposed to start at 9, but we're having people go through security. So in a bit, and you appreciate that getting through security is a bit, well, security is quite stringent. So we're ensuring that everybody goes through security and we're fine. So we're going to shift the opening to 9:15, just 15 minutes. We're also getting the tags out there so everybody can get their tags. So, and then another thing, if you want Wi-Fi, there's Wi-Fi available. It's Accor, 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 and then you just have to enter your email address. That's it. So that's the password. Just enter your email address, and you're connected to the Wi-Fi. So, pardon with us. We're going to be starting in just about 15 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. All right, good morning once again. And usually, I told you, usually when you see me here, it means there's an announcement. But at this point, now that I'm standing behind the lectern, it's about the start of the program. So let's please all get seated. Those who are outside, can we have you all come in? And then we can start with the program. Now, one other announcement that I need to make is, at this point, all members of the press, the media, are not going to be part of this part of the conversation. And everyone is aware. I mean, all the journalists who have been invited are aware of that. So it's at this point that you're going to take leave of us. It's not that we don't want you around, but we want you at a particular time, and you're aware when we want you. So thank you for being part of us for now. But yes, as a journalist myself, yeah, please don't take this one the wrong way. So yeah, before we actually get going, the Maasai dancers have been entertaining us out there, and they want to come and wish us, bid us goodbye before they go. So the Maasai dancers, this is your cue to come in and then entertain us for the very last time before you get to go. We appreciate you, and yeah, want to be entertained one more time. But yes, this is the opening day, day one of the U.S. Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. The first one was in Accra, Ghana, and it was hosted by yours truly, Israelai, myself. I'll tell you a bit of myself in a little while, but yes, for now, let's have the Maasai dancers come in. All right. So, you go ahead, you have the floor. Yeah, a round of applause to welcome them. A round of applause to the Maasai dancers. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, next up, we're going to have a security briefing. So, let's do that right now, the security briefing. All right. From, Medempik. Okay. But before we get on with it, I'm sure there are lots of people here who are wondering what just happened. If you could just explain to us, can you? Well, you can try. I mean, it's like, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Robert from Movenpick Security Department. The MC has just tasked me with explaining what just happened, and I am not really able to do that, so I will guess. You know, Maasais, when they are jumping, they get to Wanakura Mori. If you don't understand Swahili, ask somebody next to you what Kukura Mori is. Like they are ready to kill a lion. So that's basically what happened, but nothing to worry about. They are very okay. They are very fine. They're just doing their thing. Just take about a minute to give you a security brief about your safety and security, because once you are here, your safety and security is our priority, and we have done everything humanly possible to make this place safe and secure. On behalf of management of Movenpick Hotel and Residences, we want to thank you so much for choosing to do this summit at our hotel. We have a very functional fire alarm system that rarely gives us false alarms. So when you hear the alarm go off, kindly take note. We will be able to notify you if we need to evacuate through the speakers that are above us. We have a fully manned control room 24/7 with qualified people who should be able to tell us if there is a fire to evacuate from these premises. We are on 4th floor of this block. We have 3 floors below us and 2 basement parkings. So from where we are to the very basement is about 6 floors. Going up, we have 24 floors. If we are to evacuate from this room, from where we are, just next to the lifts, we have 2 emergency exit stairs. That is what we shall take in case, in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate from these premises. There are emergency exits just next to the lifts. That's one, and then we have another one next to the washrooms. Those are the 2 emergency exits that we need to use in case we need to evacuate from these premises. I also need to mention that we have CCTV coverage around the premises, but we solely use for security purposes. We do not infringe on people's privacy, especially if you are in the public spaces. We do not have the CCTV within this room, but anywhere outside, including the foyer where we are taking our breakfast, we have CCTV coverage that we solely use for security purposes. I also need to mention something that is rather unfortunate, but I need to say this, that whenever we have such a huge number of people at one place in the summit, some of the delegates tend to carry some behavior that is not so good, and they want to help themselves with items that do not belong to them. So I want to really urge that you take care of your valuables, your phone, your laptop. Do not leave them unattended. We are doing everything possible as a security team to make sure that nobody that is not allowed to be here is not here, but then the internal risks could be more than the external ones that we will be trying to prevent. Kindly get to know who you are sitting with, and you should be able to judge if you should leave your items unattended or not. Finally, I want to request that once you have been issued with your badge, kindly have it on at all times for ease of identification. Otherwise, I want to assure you that we have done everything possible. We have security, including armed security, both uniformed and ununiformed, in and around these premises, just to make sure that we are all safe and we're able to deal with any eventuality. But hopefully, we shall not have those eventualities because we have done what we need to do. Thank you so much and have a wonderful summit.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. I'm asking Robert not to go so quickly. So my name is Ojolaye. I am from Ghana, and in Ghana we have a lot of cocoa, and so we tend to produce a lot of chocolates. So I carry chocolates with me wherever I go, wherever I travel. So you're gonna get one, Robert.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And yeah, I brought some chocolates to give away as well, and to the people who are going to be nice to me. Yeah, Robert was nice to me. So yeah, we're going into the program in a bit, but Robert asked for a minute or 2 or 3 to give us a security briefing. And I'd also ask for a minute or 2 to tell you a bit about myself. I've been practicing journalism since 1999 in Ghana. And my first encounter with a Kenyan who I really got to know was in 2008 at the CNN Africa Journalist Awards. And he is Boniface Mwangi. I'm sure many of you Kenyans will know him. Now he's become an activist and politician. So that's the first Kenyan I really got to know. Now, but that wasn't my only encounter with Kenya. My other encounter with Kenya was in 2020 when Kenyans on Twitter decided to roast me. Yeah, you understand when they say somebody's being roasted on Twitter? Yeah. So what did I do? Let's put up this online article. And so yeah. So Kenyans on Twitter pick fight with Ghana over Manel discussing menstrual hygiene. So I tend to take up a number of courses, and I'm very passionate about the courses. So just like nuclear energy, very passionate about it. So there's also menstrual hygiene. UNICEF invited me to become an advocate. And there was this online discussion, and we posted an artwork. And it was to discuss menstrual hygiene. Now, if you scroll up a bit, you're going to see the artwork that was posted. Yeah, let's go up, let's keep going. Okay, so that's me right there. The second from this side. So it was an all-male panel, but the whole idea was, and which is something that UNICEF has been pushing, and many menstrual hygiene advocates have been pushing, is for men to be part of the conversation, because a lot of the stigma that women face has to do with men picking on them. So the whole idea is, let's have men as being part of the conversation so that we can help to break the stigma and help to break that cycle. So that was the conversation. But of course, the people just took the artwork and were like, why are men discussing menstruation? Because really, men don't menstruate. And that's how come I got the roasting on Twitter. But it's all good. What happened as a result of that, people became more aware. So you can say I was a sacrificial lamb. That's okay. So yes, I take up courses such as these. Yeah. and we can lose this one out. I take up courses such as these, and I got involved with nuclear energy once Ghana decided that it was going to get into it. And so I've covered energy for most of my journalism career. So when it turned out that we're going to grow nuclear energy, I got involved. And for me, I believe what we need to do is to get the message out there that nuclear energy is not the Hiroshima, Nagasaki bombing. It's not about nuclear bombs. Nuclear energy, there are many uses. Nuclear is actually used when it comes to agriculture in many aspects of our lives. So one of the things we're trying to do is to demystify so that people are not so scared of nuclear energy as they currently are. And it's something that we're doing in Ghana, and we're going to be doing here in Kenya and all the other African countries. And what we're also seeking to do is that Africans in African countries can come together so that we can develop some nuclear energy infrastructure, which will bode to our benefit. So that's by way of introduction and you getting to know me. I'm just going to go off the stage and invite Alicia Duncan, who is actually the host, the actual host. She is the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Office of International Cooperation, Office of Nuclear Energy, U.S. Department of Energy. Let's give her a round of applause, a very resounding one, for putting together a massive summit like this. Alicia.
Well, good morning. I must say, in my 56 years of life, I have never had a morning like this one. And I don't like boring, so I'm sure that you are all very much interested, entertained, and enthused by all you've seen and heard just far. Who would ever thought we would be linking nuclear to, I'm not going to say it again, but y'all know, who would ever thought? But I'm hoping that just like we had that very interesting linkage about how difficult conversations are important and candid conversations are important and getting to the issues are important, that we can have a lot of that over the next 4 days. So we're going to start off with 2 days of this workshop, which was designed with our partners from NUPIA. And when they thought about the 3 topics that were of utmost interest to the country and to the continent, they thought about the 3 that will be presented over the next 2 days. And I think that one of the things that is important to these conversations is that you all are going to be as instructive to us as we are going to be to you. Because as we looked at putting yet another installment of USANES on the continent, we recognize that Africa, though it is a continent, is extremely diverse. And each and every day is an opportunity for us to learn more. And therefore, we are here to also learn from you. So you should consider yourselves instructors, and we will also consider ourselves students. As I look around the room, I am so happy that my friends and colleagues could come from the United States. I'm so happy that my brother could come from the IAEA, Dr. Shaukat Abdul. Oh gosh, now I gotta say the whole name. Hold on, I need some water. Shaukat, my brother. I'm so glad that my mentor and friend, Bill Magwood, the Director General of the Nuclear Energy Agency, could join us from France. And I'm so glad that we have so many, to include my favorite dance partner, Commissioner David Wright from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, that the friends and partners from NUPIA would host us for this week, and all of the leadership from Kenya. We are grateful to the board, we are grateful to the dignitaries, and we are grateful to all of you who've joined us from the continent. And last but not least, since this is an industry readiness event, I do want to welcome all of the industry that have joined us today, because we recognize that you have a very important early role to play. And we are hoping that the conversations we have here this week will give you a lot of food for thought, will create the network that will support your journey, and will give us further feedback on how we should be organizing programming as we look to support the continent in its goal of nuclear deployment. We've been doing this on the continent for quite some time. I think the first meeting organized in Kenya was in 2015 in Mombasa. The lights went out a few times. I didn't hear a security protocol for what happens if the power goes out now, but just sit still. Let's just be still for a moment. And Izzy, you asked what happened up here on the stage. And I know that Africa is a very God-believing continent. So I'd like to think that the Holy Ghost came this morning. Now, I didn't understand the language, but I'm thinking it had something to do with that. Amen. Amen. So let us all really take the time with one another over the next 4 days to really have open minds, to really have open hearts, to really be flexible like nuclear, because everything is going to be its own unique moment in history, and you are part of this. We didn't lay out a perfect palette for you over the next 4 days. There's no way we could. We actually had 800 people register for this event, and unfortunately, we had to tell 300 of them that they could not come. And we have to live stream to the universities so that they too can be in the room with us. And then, of course, we have to account for attrition. And then, of course, I'm gonna lean in close, we have to count for something called African time. Now, I learned about this in Ghana. I was not ready for an hour and a half later for people to come and fill the room. But Archie and Eternam schooled me well. So we figure if we start at 9, we'll actually start at 9:30. They'll actually be here by 11, and then the party will begin. I see a head nod up in that front row. Okay, somebody's with me. So we haven't designed the perfect event for you, but what we have done is invite the right people into the room. So you are here. This is not your time to sit back and be a spectator. This is your time to get active, to be a part of what we continue to build on the continent, to help us grow, to teach us, so that we don't look at Africa as one big same thing. So we understand the cultural nuances, the tribal nuances, the hierarchy, the culture, because we can't just come and talk to you about nuclear. It's so much more than that. So I don't know if I'll still be standing by Friday, but I'm looking forward to all of the discussions that we're going to have, and I'm looking forward to your support, your partnership, and hopefully your enjoyment of the next 4 days. Thank you.
Okay, so you also get the chocolate, but anyway, there are 3 flavors. The original is red. And then we have the green one, which has lemon in there, and then the orange one, which is orange. Which one would you prefer?
Correct, please.
Okay.
Thank you, kind sir.
All right.
Thank you.
So anybody who comes here is going to get a chocolate. Yeah, that's from me. It's also my way of saying, it's my peace offering sort of to Kenyans who roasted me, in 2020. So you get a chocolate, and then you tell people that, okay, so Israel is actually a nice guy, so don't roast them anymore. And if I make any mistakes here, if I happen to mispronounce names, yes, please don't roast me. But yes, we're going straight into the conversations, and we're starting with reflections, USAID's reflections. And for the people who are going to be coming onto the panel, when I mention your name, then you're up here. Shakur Walker, he's a nuclear reactor policy advisor at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. A round of applause to Shakur. Etonam Akaho is a program associate, Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. A round of applause for him as well. Purity Maria, Senior Corporate Communications Officer, Kenya Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, NUPIA. And Anushya Ramaswamy, who's the Foreign Affairs Specialist, Office of International Cooperation, Office of Nuclear Energy, U.S. Department of Energy. So, all right.
Hello?
Hello, all right. Good morning, Nairobi. No, I've been out on those Nairobi streets. I know you got more than that. Good morning, Nairobi. As Israel said, thank you for that introduction. My name is Shakur Walker. I'm a policy director at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and it's a privilege to be here today to talk to you about the first U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit that we held in Accra, Ghana last year. I believe we have something to show, Emmanuel, perhaps? If not, that's okay. You had to be there. It was a great experience. It was a powerful experience and a phenomenal success. It was up for those that were able to attend last year. It was, oh, there's the video now. Thank you for that, Emmanuel. That's Emmanuel Mensah. He's a creative genius, a creative director, and a technical genius. So thank you for that video montage. Last year's summit, as I was saying, was a phenomenal success and a powerful experience. It was the first time the U.S. hosted a ministerial-type conference in Africa focused strictly on nuclear power in cooperation with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. And the focus there was to foster international cooperation on nuclear technology, building relationships, shaping nuclear policy, developing new and innovative solutions towards nuclear energy. And one of the things that that really stood out for me was, first of all, I see Deputy Assistant Secretary Duncan. I'm just privileged and humbled to be a part of bringing forth your vision. So if we could just give a round of applause to Deputy Assistant Secretary Duncan, the disruptor in chief. But one of the things that really stood out to me was just the entire focus and the feeling that was generated out of that out of that USAIN's conference. That's what we affectionately call it. And so today we want to just briefly talk about some of the thoughts and the reflections and just tell you about what the U.S. Nuclear Energy Summit is about, which is, again, is called USAIN's. On the panel today here, I have an esteemed, distinguished panel that I'm just honored to be with. First, every organization needs a force multiplier, and the gentleman here to my left, Etanam Akaho, is a program manager with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. And this is a man who is a force multiplier. So thank you for being here today. We have Purity Mawia from the Kenya Nuclear Power, I'm sorry.
Energy Agency, I got you.
The Kenya Nuclear Power Energy Agency. She's a senior
Corporate Communications Officer.
communication officer.
Yeah.
And we have Anushya Ramaswamy, who's a foreign specialist, foreign service specialist with the U.S. Department of Energy. So thank you all for being here and to discuss. The first conference was focused on unlocking the potential of nuclear energy in Africa. This one is focused on industry readiness. I have to say the theme there really came into focus when we visited the President's Kwame Nkrumah's memorial. And in there was a quote that said essentially that we must come together in common purpose and forge ahead, or else we find ourselves victim to being under development and being in a state of victims of dependency. And that is what really came into focus for me for the last years, because I saw that Africa Nuclear Energy Summit as an opportunity for U.S. to forge ahead in common purpose with Africa, establishing nuclear energy and expanding nuclear energy throughout the continent of Africa. Because it's not just about, it was about increasing energy capacity, but it's also about energy security. And in that, I have seen that Africa being the cradle of civilization and the motherland, nuclear has a significant impact on Africa. But even more so, Africa has a significant impact on nuclear. And so that's something I wanted to just start off with you, Etanam, and ask you a question. Since the last USAIN Summit in Accra, you being with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, what kind of significant impact have you seen since that first summit?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shako. So, the fever from last year's USAIN is still active in Ghana. There are times when I meet colleagues and random folks and they go like, the last year's USAIN, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm the guy. Yeah, that sort of thing. But to respond to your question, I'll engage you on 3 levels. The first has to do with public advocacy. The conference brought to the room random individuals all over the country and even beyond. The good thing is these folks inclined, and almost every panel discussion we had touched on a nuclear thematic issue, an IEA infrastructure issue for nuclear. And the good thing was that while they were all in the room, they did learn something, they picked up something. And for context, I'm with the stakeholder unit of the Nuclear Power Institute of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. It's literally my job to go out there and speak to people about nuclear and get them aligned with nuclear. So to a large extent, it made our work easy. And there are lots of people who, just by virtue of that summit, are pro-nuclear now. And that is a positive for us. The second level of engagement for me has to do with how it provided a platform for deepening our collaboration with the bilateral discussions and forging new partnerships with different entities all within the nuclear space. Quite notable, you know that last month we signed the Statement of Intent to establish the Regional Clean Energy Training Center, and these are fallouts by virtue of the kind of collaboration we had back last year, as you're saying. Many other activities also did occur with the state department as well, and it will interest you to know that Ghana will soon be getting a simulator, which is a big deal. It's really a big deal for us, and also the region. The last level of engagement to me is more, it mainly has to do with the capacity building of that push you're saying. It's not every day that we get the opportunity to organize such a huge summit. It's not every day. So getting the opportunity to win was experience. Actually,
What do you hope to see come out of this second nuclear summit?
Thank you so much for your question, Shakur. I must say, this summit actually is timely, if I could emphasize on that, because if I look at in the room, we have different stakeholders from different sectors, both locally, internationally, and even in the African region. So I'm hoping that we'll even enhance our collaborations and partnership at that local level, at a regional level, and even at the international level to be able to expand the knowledge and even capacity building, which brings me to my next point. Capacity build, the way the USAID 24 has been structured in such a way that we have hands-on workshop, which builds up to the summit, and those the topic issues that have been considered for the workshop are very relevant to us as Kenyans, whether we're talking about stakeholder engagement, as where we are in Kenya, we really need the social acceptance to be able to move forth with our program. Of course, we have to build capacity if we want to have the nuclear power by 2034. So, of course, that is very timely, and the conversation that we'll be there to just share the best practices and the lessons will really be impactful, and also the aspect of the finance and it's very important to know if we're having this project, then what is the best way to go about it, which also brings me to my third point, and that is just the African commitment to actually consider nuclear for the sustainable and economic development. And I look at it also from not just Africa-wide, but even, again, starting locally, what can we do once we figured out the strategies, the gaps? Because if you look at the program, it really focuses, is Africa ready? Are we ready in terms of stakeholder engagement? Are we ready in terms of industry readiness? Are we ready in terms of the supply chain and all that? Once we figure that out at the end of this, I'm looking at it in terms of we make that commitment at the local level, at the regional level, and even as international level to strengthen the partnership moving forward. Yes.
Thank you, Purity. So you mentioned some of the things that were going to be going on this conference, which were for this most recent conference. What do you see for as far the future for USAID moving forward?
Thank you, Shakur. I think I was surprised because when we think about where we want to take USAIDs, the genesis and the vision of USAIDs is not changed. That remains unchanged. The demand to adopt that is what is growing. So that's what you see here, and excitingly, that's around for that announcement during the summit. But what I see, and is we're going to be continuing to provide a really critical platform for stakeholders across the continent to come together and discuss issues that range from technical to the human aspects and the confluence of the two. Because while having a technical discussion is incredibly important, I don't think we can remove the human element from that, which is why our first workshop is actually human resource development and management, because you can't have a nuclear power program if you don't have the people to run it. So I'd say that's first. The second is something that Purity already mentioned, that is capacity building, but more importantly, localization. As Alicia said at the opening, this is a learning process for both sides. And I think we're well past asking questions like, is Africa ready for nuclear? Right. And so we're well into planning for it across the continent. And the last thing I would say is something that's personally important to me and to Alicia and to our team as well is to continue to push for things like gender equity and inclusion, which is why we have an entire panel on that. That is part of the solution, and that's an intrinsic part of nuclear moving forward as well. So that's kind of what I see the future of USAIDs being.
So I think, you know, again, what I heard from each one of you is about, you know, coming together in a common purpose and forging ahead. And I hope that USAINS continues to expand on that, because again, I can't, it's not necessarily just about the nuclear energy impact on Africa, but Africa's impact on nuclear energy. And without Africa, we'll be limited in the carbon emissions, the energy security throughout the world. It's a global impact. So I thank you all for being here today to expound on what you've learned and what you've seen through the U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. I hope everyone out here was able to walk away with something, and as you are here this week, be able to take something away regarding the USAINS, regarding our commitment to working together. And again, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
audience.
Thank you, Shakira, and your chocolates. Please, come for your chocolates. Right, so spreading the love from.
So I promise you won't see me anymore in the next 2 days. We're about to start the Human Resource Development session, and that will be our first of the 3 sessions we're going to focus on. And as I walk the room, I am very glad to see a good number of young people. Now, young is defined just like of the beholder. So if you identify as young, I am here for it with you. I refer to myself as seasoned, but own that. I'm so glad to see a lot of young people here, and you heard from our panelists about, and I think as I've had this conversation around the globe, it's a bit different conversation in Africa. And it's different because the African culture is very hierarchical. And sometimes in the hierarchy, the youth and their voice are a little bit below the seasoned. I'm hoping that with this conversation and with your interventions, that we will get to hear a lot from you, because it's critically important. People say the youth are our future, and I say they say it because you're not going to be the future if people don't take the action to invite you, to encourage you, to mentor you. And this is what I'm hoping, that as we traverse the continent, that we're able to infuse an understanding that there will need to be a shift in the culture. Because we've seen that our young people have a very powerful voice. They definitely have more energy than I do, but the voice is very, very powerful. And with that, we also need to look at, as very clearly stated, how we advocate for, develop, attract, promote, retain women. Because also it seems as part of the culture, as the voice is not as always a balance in the gender. And I think it's critically important because representation does matter, and we need to see our women leaders. We need to be women leaders. We need the women to be front and center in these conversations, because if not, we're missing half of the voices in nuclear. So I want to encourage you, young people, women, men, allies, seasoned, whoever you are, wherever you fit in there, wherever you identify, that really we need to have this type of conversation so that as we continue to look across these rooms, the landscape will hopefully change and change quickly, as the innovation and the technology are definitely here. So human resource development is not just going to be about putting the right people in the right positions. It's going to make sure that those people are diverse in every way, and that we start to make sure that those people that we're going to pass the torch to are a part of those conversations, and that we're listening to them and we're hearing them. And it's been critically important to the USAIN's brand that we hear from our young, that we hear from our seasoned, and everyone in between, because we found that everyone has something to offer us. Again, this is a circular learning process. So as we start our day with our human resource development session, we will have Q&A. We will have Q&A throughout all of our sessions, both I think in the middle and the end. And this is an opportunity for you to have your interventions so that we can hear from you what we should be considering as we move our trainings forward. And I'd also encourage the young people in this room that as these days progress, there are some incredible leaders in this room, and that you should not be shy to walk up to them and get to know them. We have our CEO and president of one of our nuclear industry associations, Todd Aberjano, in the room. We have people from our U.S. industry who are C-suite executives from some of our companies in the room. We have, as mentioned, our government officials from the regulatory body, from international agencies, and the list goes on and on and on. And there are people from different countries at the ministerial level. There's a ton of Kenyan dignitaries in this room. So there are many people for you to talk to and have conversations about how did you get started? What should I do? What can I do? What might I want to study? What are the career opportunities? Even a bold question of, would you be my mentor? Take advantage of the richness in this room. Don't be afraid, because the people in this room didn't just come to sit in a chair today. They came to pour into you. They are here because they chose to be here. And you don't have to be 24. You could be 34, 44, even 54 and have some of these questions. Please don't waste your opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I want to invite at this point for his remarks Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak, who's the director of, for the Division of Africa International Atomic Energy Agency. Round of applause for him as he comes to give us some remarks.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, friends and colleagues, distinguished delegates. As you've heard, my name is Shaukat Abdulrazak. I come from the International Atomic Energy Agency. And let me say that I'm really honored and pleased to be back home so that I could share with you some thoughts. I prepared a speech, but I decided to leave it aside. Sorry? 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Alicia. I was given initially 3 minutes. Thank you very much for adding me 2 more minutes. I think this is a very important gathering, and I would like to speak from my heart. Every time I go to a summit like this, people keep on asking me, are you sure that Africa is ready for nuclear power? And of course, I always say yes. And after I've said yes, many questions come. If we cannot be able to manage household wastes, do you think we can be able to manage nuclear wastes? If we cannot keep time to attend our meetings on time, do you think Africa will be ready to start and be able to operate nuclear power programs on time and so on and so forth? But I think this is a different conversation. And every time I come to a meeting like this, I ask myself, how can I touch your hearts? Because we cannot bring every African in this room. Go outside there and tell people all the peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology. It is unacceptable that 600 million people in Africa have no access to reliable source of energy. It is unacceptable that almost 60% of the population, as Alicia said, the young generations are not involved in agenda like this. And I want to thank US for these initiatives that started the journey last year in Ghana. We are in Kenya, and I meant to understand that next year, hopefully, we're going to be in Kigali in Rwanda. How can we be able to continue with this narrative? It is very important for us to get these facts and figures. Before I go to nuclear power program, let's have low-hanging fruits. It is nuclear energy that we can be able to use to diagnose and treat cancer. Yet 75% of the population in Africa has no access to diagnosis and treatment of cancer. It is the same nuclear technology that we can be able to use to determine the strength of buildings, bridges, infrastructure, using non-destructive testing. Yet Africa has not embraced this technology to the level that is accepted. What do we need to do? I think we need to do exactly what we are doing here. By coming together and be able to share information and be able to collaborate and be able to build linkages, collaboration and cooperation. A lot has been said about capacity building, and I'm glad we have vice chancellors in this room. How many institutions in Kenya, in Africa, offer courses related to nuclear science and technology at all levels? How can we help? And we are here as International Atomic Energy Agency with a lot of numbers of capacity building programs. We can be able to do that. So it's very important for us to continue with this narrative. Looking at the youth that we've spoken, Alicia has spoken about, and I really want to focus on this, because this is a huge investment. It's not an investment of 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. It's an investment of 8 years. If you're going to set up a nuclear power program today, so you can imagine, I've always said this, there are people in this room, in this continent, that probably they are not going to be on the driving seat when that nuclear program is going to mature. That's why it is very important we continue with mentoring program. It is very important that we continue with training program so that we can have young generation to be able to embrace this technology and be able to move forward. We're all faced with climate change, as you know, and this is the technology that has got the least or the small footprints compared to fossil fuel, for example. That we can be able to use it, but you know what? We need to do a lot of work, because there is a lot of misconception outside there. That, as my colleague, the moderator, was saying, whenever you hear about nuclear, and I'm managing 49 countries in Africa, whenever you hear about nuclear, I get ministers asking me, are you coming to talk about nuclear bomb? They even forget that the IAEA is a nuclear watchdog, that our role is to make sure that the technology is used in a safe, secure, and peaceful manner. That means there is a lot of work, even back home here. And I'm glad Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kilifi, is here, with us, Her Excellency. That in my home village of Kilifi, even up to now, people are wondering, is this really safe? And it's not only Kilifi. I was privileged to speak before the youth congregation in Indonesia. 75% of Indonesians were saying they need nuclear power program. But again, 75% of the population where they had interviewed people for the siting, they said, thank you very much, we need it, but not here. So I'm seeing the same situation, for example, in Kenya. We saw the same situation in Zambia. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. This is a safe technology. We cannot be able to bring the technology that is going to be detrimental to the environment. This is a safe technology. It's a clean technology. Can you imagine, Excellency, Deputy Governor, putting this technology, for example, in the coastal Kenya, and be able to desalinate the water from the Indian Ocean? The problem of water at the entire coastal region is gone. At the moment, when you visit that region, you will see how people are struggling to get clean water. Just that as an example. But then there are many other advantages. But do I blame people? No. We need to do more public participation. We need to involve the youth. We need to involve women. 50% of the population of Africa are women. And here I am glad that at the International Atomic Energy Agency, together with WIN Global, Women in Nuclear Global, WIN Africa, and now we have almost 20 national chapters in the entire continent. So it's a conversation for all of us. And I want to say that we are on the right trajectory here. We are on the right path. We just need to make sure that we can rise up, raise our voices and talk about the positiveness of nuclear. The challenge is with us. We are very shy when it comes to area of nuclear. We have gathered here, we are convened here, but after this we leave everything in the room. And we leave those who are against nuclear voices go higher and higher. And people tend to believe this is a negative rather than a positive thing. I think we need to change. We need to change. I am glad that Africa is changing. Around 13 countries in Africa are now embarking on nuclear power program. And the IAEA, we have the necessary tools to help you using the 19 milestone approach from A to Z with 3 phases, with several inner missions that you can be able to determine. Youth is very important. Women are very important. Scientists are very important. But in this sphere, more important is political leadership, the visionary leaders of specific countries. Because in Africa, I have seen when the leaders in Africa speak, others follow. We need to be in the churches. We need to be in the mosques. We need to bring old people, everybody around the table. We need to talk to elders so that they can be able to understand. The days when we are going to continue using firewoods is gone. And the misconception and the perception that Africa continues to be the consumer of technology and not producers of technology is the thing of the past. The world is not about to slow down because Africa is lagging behind. We must leapfrog and catch up with the rest of the world. We must embrace technology. I was privileged to serve at the National Economic and Social Council for 6 years, managing all areas of nuclear science and technology, advising the government in these areas, mentoring several youth, funding more than 100 innovators. And I know the brains that we have in Africa. These are untapped potential brains of the youth that we need to have programs. And as I said last year in Ghana, leadership programs that is going to involve everybody so that we can be able to have the necessary leaders, the necessary managers to be able to continue with this narrative. Above all, we have to change the mindset. I think in Africa, in my opinion, I stand to be contradicted. We are just afraid. It's all about mindset. We need to change our culture. We need to change our thinking towards science, technology, and innovation. Because this is the foundation of both economic, social, and political. Can you imagine if this country and this continent has got a reliable source of energy 24/7? How are we going to be? We want to industrialize. Energy is the backbone of industrialization. There is no way we can industrialize if we do not have energy. And we are saying nuclear energy is part of the energy mix. And when a country has decided, and I see quite a number, as I've said, we come in and help with capacity building, with training, with the necessary tools of energy, of nuclear power program. We also have tools to do with energy planning so that you can be able to understand the supply and demand of the energy, different energy sources. So I think this is a great opportunity. But my appeal to everybody here is let's become the agents of change. Let's all agree, as we said in Ghana last year, that we are on the right trajectory, that we are on the right path, that we would like to make sure that we forge our path forward and be able to collaborate, cooperate. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. There is a lot that we can learn, and there are a lot of lessons that we can learn. If people have taken 15 years, 20 years, we can take slightly less because there are lessons that we are able to learn there. So mine is once again to thank all of you and really to assure you that the International Atomic Energy, under the leadership of Director General D.G. Grossi, that we always stand ready to support capacity building, to support your endeavors, to support your vision so that you can be able to include nuclear energy in your energy mix. Because I believe, I have the conviction that this is the right way to go in the long run, because Africa would like to industrialize, just like the way we have said it, or the way it's been said under the Agenda 2063 of the Africa Union. The Africa that we want, we would like to industrialize. We would like to create opportunities and employment, and it's the only way to make sure that you can be able to have adequate industries. No way you can run these industries without a reliable source of clean energy. And I'm here to confirm that nuclear power is one of that option that can be put around the table. Once again, I thank you, and I'll be looking forward to continue engaging and be able to discuss with you. And as Alicia said, if there is any of colleagues here, especially the youth, if you like us to engage more, if you like us to discuss more, I am available either here, or we can be able to continue the conversation, online using social medias and so on and so forth. Once again, let's get this agenda forward, and let's all become the agents of change so that we can take this agenda to the next level. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Some chocolates for you.
He has told me that I can take all the chocolates. I don't think I deserve that, but I will take one. Which one do I take?
Whichever you prefer.
The red one? Yeah, okay, I am told to take the red one. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Shaukat Abdul-Razak for that assurance of support. It is very much appreciated. So the theme for the summit is industry readiness, but to get industry ready, it is critical that we have the human resource also ready. So we're going straight to workshop 1, which is on human resource development and management. And the facilitator for this one is Gail Hauk. She's a Senior Research and Development Staff for Innovative Nuclear Reactors at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. A round of applause to her, please.
not going to take the chocolate yet, just making some room for my water. Good morning. Well, I have the great privilege and responsibility of starting our first workshop before we've had a coffee break, so I hope everyone is awake and ready for the discussion this morning. Again, my name is Gail Hauk. I am currently a senior researcher at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, but I spent about 20 years of my career in the nuclear industry, working on commercial operating plants as well as new construction, and I'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into the presentation. Do I have a clicker thing? Little slide thing? Yes, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to ask everyone to do something that probably other presenters, thank you, have not asked you to do before. And I'm going, where is it, over there? There we go. I'm going to ask you to take your phones out. Everybody take your phone out. Scan this QR code, or you can go to the website www.menti.com, and it'll ask you for a code to put in. And I would like you to engage on your phones throughout the workshop. This is a really big group, and unfortunately it's not really possible for us to break out into little breakout sessions, but instead of that we're going to be using, I'm getting thumbs up already, awesome. Yeah, you can thumbs up for me as we go through the presentation too, so I appreciate that. That'll allow you to follow along with the slides on your phone, and we're gonna have some Q&A interactive questions, get your thoughts as we go through the presentation. And we'll be using this software for all of the workshop presentations throughout today and tomorrow. So this will be kind of a test run for everybody to get to know how it works. If you have any questions or need help getting Menti to work, my colleagues from Oak Ridge National Lab, Andy Worrell and Ms. Dalia Lockridge in the blue shirt, will be around and they can help you out as we go. So with that, let us jump right in, maybe. Okay. So in this workshop, I'm so glad that the speakers talked a lot about the youth and getting women involved in the workshop in the workforce development, because these are really key opportunities. And I'm so excited about the promise that nuclear energy brings. I'm very passionate about bringing nuclear energy to new places because of the opportunity that it brings, not just for energy, but for jobs, for infrastructure, and for other opportunities for all the people of those countries. So we're gonna talk a little bit about that, what some of the resources are, how you develop your education and training ecosystem to bring all that to bear, and then some of the options that will need to be considered for outsourcing and for collaboration. So what is a nuclear workforce? This is a Q&A question, if I can get the thing to work. All right, when you hear the words nuclear industry worker, what types of jobs do you think of? So this should, if you have the app up, you should be able to enter what you think. Nuclear industry workers, what do you think of when you hear that? You can enter multiple things. So if there's a couple different things, you can pop those in there. I'll give you a minute. Science, yeah, oh, there we go. Engineer, engineering, nuclear scientists, design engineers, chemical engineers, scientists. A little bit of lawyers. Thank you for whoever the lawyer was that put that in. This is great. So you can see how this interactive software works. That we can go, oh, uranium operator. We got a lot of these very specific answers. Amazing. But you can see the ones in the center, and I don't expect this to change, is nuclear engineer, engineers, engineering, scientists, all very technical jobs. But the reality is, when we look at what do we need for developing a nuclear program and operating a nuclear program, it's very diverse. And we'll look at the specific numbers about the engineers and scientists a little bit later, but it's very diverse, and we need all sorts of workers. One of my favorite ones on there for operations is divers. I didn't see divers on that list. Nuclear divers to do inspections underwater and repairs. We need operators. We need welders, pipe fitters, electricians, all sorts of different jobs to develop our nuclear workforce to deploy a nuclear program. So again, I'm so excited about this topic because a nuclear energy program doesn't just bring energy. Although it does bring clean energy to help us address climate change, it also brings economic development. It may be able to attract additional industries because of the availability of power that wasn't available before the nuclear program. And it brings all those different jobs that we just talked about, from very basic labor to highly, highly educated jobs, and they're good jobs. So I want to get some information from you. Like Alicia said, I want to learn from you as much as you may learn from me. And I want to know about the priorities for nuclear in your country or region. Are you most excited about the clean electricity, heat, the economic development, or some of those job and workforce needs? So in this question, it's a different type of question in Menti. You can drag and drop the different options, and you can sort them. You can just submit one, or you could submit all three and what your rankings are for which ones are important. But once you hit submit, you can't go back and talk about the other ones. So. All right. So we are excited about clean energy and clean electricity, yes. But a very close second is the economic development and all of the wonderful things that having an advanced industry and advanced technology can bring to the nation. That's something. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. I think it froze. You want me to hit it again? Oh. Was that it? There was supposed to be a slide in between there. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, we need to go back. Yeah, okay, there we go. Are you doing that or am I doing that? Okay, I'm doing it. We talked about the priorities. Okay, great. So with that, so we looked at what the priorities are of the folks in the room here. And I wanted to invite my Kenyan counterpart, Engineer Eric Ohaga, to come up and talk a little bit about the priorities in Kenya. So, Engineer Eric, can you tell us about your program priorities and next steps?
Thank you so much, Gail. And members, I want to take this opportunity to really welcome you. The African we want, and when you look at the Vision 2063, I remember very well in 2012, when I was taken to South Korea for capacity building. At that particular time, I didn't know the importance of capacity building. And at that time, we were looking at 2032 as a year for commissioning of the nuclear power program. And we understood that we required competent human resource to be able to drive this particular agenda. And the journey began in 2012 in terms of building capacities in the various aspects in our industry. And therefore, for the last 10 years, Kenya has been building that capacity at master's level. We know that we require a good number of competent workforce. And therefore, as we speak currently, we have developed at the master's level over 67 Kenyan people. We have also engaged in aspects of developing using the IEA nuclear power model and projecting the requirements of our workforce over the next 20 years, following from primary school all the way to the university. We have also been able to carry out what we call institutional mapping. And this we have been able to do at the technical level, the vocational training, and also at the universities, and mapped adequately those institutions. Most recently, we undertook what we call HRD strategy, and that has been subjected to IEA expert mission, and they have already given us a lot of recommendation on that, and therefore we shall be implementing those recommendations. It's very slow in Can you assist me to move them? They are not moving, please. So where should I point? Where is the point of action? Where? There. Okay. So as a country and as a region, if you are able to implement the Africa that we are looking forward to, so that we are able to industrialize by the year 2030 for Kenya, and also to achieve the vision of Africa, which is 2063, and we are looking at the workforce, what is critical for us is looking at what we call workforce planning. And workforce planning will go together with succession management, so that as we develop our people, then the young people are also developed so that they're able to take over when the senior people retire. We're also looking at encouraging and continuing to advocate for nuclear safety culture. And this is going to be developed right from the agency level, going to the policymakers and to our leaders, so that all the things that we do, we have safety in mind. That inquisitive mind where you're always asking, what is it that could go wrong when we are doing your designs, when you're doing your constructions, and also when you're doing your operations. Wow. So we are also looking at enhancing compliance, and of course with our regulatory body, they are able to regulate our affairs, and therefore the capacity building in that particular regard will be critical as we move forward to having a very transparent and accountable regulator that is able to regulate the affairs of the owner-operator. And also in terms of management and leadership, we are looking at developing the competencies of our various leaders, both at the national level, at the corporate level, and also at the agency level, so that we move with these numbers as we look forward to deploying the first nuclear power plant. What is critical to us also is how to retain, and this is something that we have realized in Kenya and also in Africa, that we are losing a lot of our competent staff after having trained them to other countries, and this is a risk that we have already established, and we are looking forward to ensuring that we are able to develop them, we are able to retain them, we are able to motivate them, so that as we look forward to 2034 for Kenya and other countries in Africa coming on board, then we should be able to have these people on board to develop our nuclear power program. We're also making very good progress in terms of now developing a national nuclear curriculum. This will involve all aspects of nuclear engineering and nuclear science, and we'll be making progress with other countries that have done this before, and the US is very clear on this. And also in terms of the strategy, which we want to look at the national strategy for the nuclear power program, that we are able to see how many numbers we have in the various aspects, the various areas of nuclear power program. We're also going to train trainers training of trainers, so that then these trainers can be able to pass in the baton and the information that is required for purposes of training our nuclear experts. We also want to establish, and this is on course, at Konza Technopolis, Kenya Institute of Advanced Technology, and this would be a very excellent center for training nuclear scientists, nuclear engineers, and we are looking forward to commissioning this by the year 2026. Of course, we cannot overemphasize the importance of collaboration and cooperation. And this one we are looking forward to many countries like the US, South Korea, China, Japan, and many other countries that already have nuclear power programs, so that we can always engage with them on matters that makes our work easier in terms of competency development. So I think that would then mark our perspective. We continue to develop these competencies, and we hope that as the time nears by 2034 for Kenyan case, these numbers that we continue to develop would move towards 200 and to 300, so that we shall have some confidence in developing the nuclear power program that we are looking forward to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. So Eric had mentioned the number of staff and the size of the workforce that's needed for the nuclear program. And I think my next question, when we get back to my presentation, will be surrounding that. So I want you to think about, what is the total number of workers? What's the size of the workforce that we should be thinking about? Oh, I have a personal story first. And just a secret between you and me, I'm testing the IT people to make sure they are on the ball for the rest of this workshop. So far, doing A+, amazing job. So the picture on the left is quite funny to me. It was one of my first visits to a nuclear construction site, and that's actually a picture of me and Ms. Dalia Lockridge, who will be facilitating the second workshop. And that was taken about 15 years ago, not quite, but it was taken a very long time ago, early in the construction of Vogtle 3 and 4, which just came online and became operational in the US last year and this year, which is very exciting for all of us. But I ended up working at a construction site in the United Arab Emirates at the Baraka APR 1400 4-unit site for 3 years, where I was in charge of, I was the deputy site manager for the Westinghouse scope at the Baraka plant in the UAE. And UAE is a very interesting country, and it also, their workforce development was very interesting because there just aren't a lot of Emirati people in general. A lot of the workforce and a lot of the population, and 90% of the population in the UAE are expats. Only about 9 or 10% of the population in the country are Emirati people. So that came into play in the workforce of the Baraka site in a very interesting way. And they tended to have nuclear experts from every country around the world that has a nuclear program. They all worked together at the site on the same project. They had Americans, Canadians, Russians, South African, like anywhere there's nuclear plants, they had people from those countries that were at the site in UAE. And it was a really wonderful experience to see how they went from no nuclear expertise whatsoever to a very successful construction project with all 4 units being operational now. And I'll leave it at that, but I would love to have any questions that you have about that program as when we get to the Q&A portion of the discussion. So the question that I asked before, how many workers are needed during construction and operations phase? So let's think about, it's a little different answer for construction versus operations, but we'll talk about it once we get some numbers coming in. Because some of the numbers that I heard Engineer Oaxaca mention were about 20, looking at 200. And when we're talking about the engineering portion of the workforce, that's certainly relevant. But these numbers are good. I like that. So if we look at this, we can say the people that said 100 workers, order of magnitude, that's correct if you're talking about just engineering staff. During operation of the plant, when I worked at a 2-unit Westinghouse 4-loop PWR in New York called Indian Point as a reactor engineer, we had about 1,500 people that worked on site, and during outages it was around 3,000 people. Our population doubled during refueling outages. And I believe at the peak of construction at Baraka with all 4 units, there was about 25,000 people that were working at that site. It was a huge, huge, huge project. But I don't think most countries would make an attempt to build 4 units all at the same time in their first time building nuclear plants. It's a little bit ambitious. All right. Okay, so when are the workers needed? It's really important to think about the timing of the workforce development and the timing of when those jobs will be available, because you don't want to train up people and then not have good jobs for them, because then they end up leaving, as Eric mentioned. And you don't want to have them sitting around either. They need to be ready at exactly the time that they're needed, which can be really complicated and one of the places where outsourcing and collaboration can come in and support. But you can get an idea here. The words are really small. Maybe you can see them on your phone a little bit better. Does that work? No. But on the left-hand side, you have pre-construction. The next item is construction, and then testing and operations at the end. So you can see you need a tremendous amount of workers, and not necessarily skilled workers. Some of them may be skilled, maybe it just be laborers doing regular construction work, maybe pipe fitters. But these are the things that you need to think about, where those workers are going to come from, and how they can be ready at the time that they're needed for the work at the plant. Okay, I love this slide, because this is really surprising to a lot of people. When we look at that piece of the pie that is for the engineering portion, it's pretty small in that dark blue section. 14%, and this is just a typical example. It can vary a little bit between plants and utilities. When I worked at an operating plant, I mentioned there were 1,500 people that worked there during normal operations. There were about 150 engineers that worked there, and of those 150 engineers, 6 of us were nuclear engineers out of 1,500 people. Only 6 that worked at the power plant were nuclear engineers. So when you're thinking about developing your nuclear energy infrastructure, everybody immediately thinks about nuclear engineers. You don't need that many. You probably already have all of the nuclear engineers that you will need, unless you're going to be designing and developing your own reactor concept. Most countries tend to use a partner to develop their reactor technology, and I'll talk about that in collaborations. But it's really important to think about there's all these other different types of jobs and people that we need to get excited about nuclear that aren't nuclear engineers. Not that I don't love nuclear engineers, of course, but we need other folks too. Okay. So let's talk about what are the existing workforces that are available and what are some of the other resources that we can pull in for our workforce development here. I need to be patient. I'm not very patient. So when we start to assess our workforce capabilities, we have to start with looking at the resources that we have, our available training facilities that can be used, other educational programs, and then we need to kind of look at the gaps between what do we have and where do we need to go to have a highly successful nuclear energy program. One of the key things that needs to be thought about as well is what organization is going to be the owner-operator. I'll talk about how that worked in the UAE in a little bit. And then how are we going to recruit for those key organizations? There's certain organizations, and Eric mentioned some of these, the regulator, the owner, developing the safety culture, things that need to be put into place earlier than some of the other recruiting and capabilities that need to be developed. And then finally, sensitivity analysis. So the terminology maybe is a little bit confusing, but with that, we're looking at if we're planning on building one large unit and then we decide to build 4 small modular reactors instead, how is that going to change our workforce needs? Is it going to, how sensitive is that change, or how sensitive is our workforce to that change? Is it going to need to be a totally different workforce, or will it be similar to what we're already planning on? We need to know how changes in direction will impact the ultimate size of the workforce, and is it a change that we could pivot to and adapt to or not? So one of the exciting opportunities is that there's a lot of commonalities between a nuclear workforce and some other workforces. There's a lot of commonalities in construction. There may be other opportunities where, like in fossil fuel energy, where they have already pipe fitters and welders and some of the other capabilities that are needed for nuclear energy as well. But there's also some very special and unique characteristics of nuclear energy as compared to all other forms of energy production. And that is those nuclear engineers. Other industries don't need those, and they are very specialized. And other things like operators, radiological workers, there are certain things that we need, or we need more of. And then the quality assurance and safety culture really requires a lot of time and training to be able to develop those programs. And so I'm glad in the Kenyan perspective that you're already working on that. That's great. So when we think about the recruiting life cycle, it really is a cycle, and we need to be thinking about who's coming in, who's leaving, are there other opportunities, are we bringing in enough people to address things like people moving to other industries or retiring, or other forms of attrition. So we need to set up these pipelines of education and vocation and bring them in. One of those special and unique things with the nuclear industry are these green boxes, where even if a worker comes in that's already trained to be a welder, for example, when they come to a nuclear plant, they still need additional training on what's different about being a welder at a nuclear plant. What is special and unique about that? And that, it could be a one-day training orientation, but there's always some sort of training that needs to happen for every worker that's coming into those programs. I learned last time I'm going to be patient and not hit the button again. All right, skills matrix. Has anybody heard of this? Show of hands. Anybody heard of a skill matrix? Oh, I see. Okay, those are my colleagues waving in the back. They don't count. All right, so this is a tool. This is a tool and a framework that you can use. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. It's just something that I wanted to introduce that you can bring back and potentially use in the future. And it's used to map the skills and level of competency that employees will need in different jobs as part of that workforce development. So it can really provide an excellent overview of the skills and competencies that are available in the workforce, as well as things that may be missing and need to be focuses of recruiting efforts. So this is a little example of what, like a pipe fitter, a template for a skills matrix. And I'll show you one that is filled out, assuming my slides work. There we go. Yeah. So this is just a relatively simple one for a pipe fitter, and it talks about all the things that a pipe fitter might need to do as far as their duties and responsibilities. But I think the really important part here is what are the required skills and abilities, and what is the education and experience that they need in order to fill that role. So once these things are created and developed for the industry, they can be used over and over again to help develop and retain and recruit some of the different types of workers that are needed. Oh. Did I go too far? Okay. So as I mentioned, this is it's a framework and it's a process. We need to identify the skills that the different roles need, the levels of competencies for that. We put it in the skills matrix, and then we look for gaps by comparing that to the existing workforce. And then it continues around through the whole recruiting and training process. Okay, education and training. I get excited about that. I'm a lifelong learner. I'm on like my 5th degree now. I think I've been in school all but 7 years of my life. So I get very excited about formal education and training. And hopefully you do too. So there's a lot of different types of options. We usually think of university programs, but there are many, many different types of education that come into play when we look at developing a nuclear workforce. On-the-job training is really, really important, similar to an apprenticeship program, depending on what type of work it is. Qualification programs that specialize in getting people qualified for very particular things, like a radiation worker or a radiation monitoring technician. Obviously, we have our universities, and then I would be remiss if I didn't mention our regional clean energy training centers. So again, my example from working in the United Arab Emirates, this is how they had their university, mostly university program, and then some of their on-the-job training that happened at the power plant. So their main university was Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi, and this was a master's and PhD program creating highly educated and competent folks. They had a partner technical college called Abu Dhabi Polytechnic, and that was more focused on bringing in undergraduates that could then move on to Khalifa University or providing professional certificate programs to get people trained for those very specific roles, like a radiation technician. At the power plant itself, there were the usual qualification programs for operators, radiation workers. They also offered continuing education and requalification. And one of the unique things that they had, they called it emeritization. And that was their goal, to keep the project moving by bringing in competent and qualified expat workers. And they would partner them up with a local Emirati person who had been trained and educated but didn't have the on-the-job training to do the work. So often when I would interact with the owner of the utility, there would be two people. There would be a Romanian and an Emirati, and they would work together. We would handle everything together, and that's how they got their Emiratis trained up to take over those jobs from the other expat professionals that they had brought in. Again, partnerships. The Regional Clean Energy Training Centers are a great way to share some of those resources that we have available. Obviously, you are aware of those. And offering those broader educational programs and virtual programs is really, really useful for seeing not only what you need to do, but also maybe things that you hadn't thought of or considered in developing the program. All right, and with that, I want to invite Engineer Eric Ohaga up again to talk a little bit about the type of workforce that is available here and the existing training facilities and programs that you have and your next steps.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, so allow me to just appreciate the kind of workforce that we have in Kenya and also we have in the region, which is Africa. As you're aware, we don't have many operating nuclear power plants other than South Africa and now Egypt constructing their first nuclear power plant. But I must confirm that in some areas, we have a lot of competencies. For example, in the manufacturing and industrial sector, we have a lot of competencies, and we believe that if you are able to train these people who already exist in the manufacturing and industrial sectors, then we are able to convert them into the nuclear grade. We also have a lot of competencies in the construction and infrastructure sectors in Kenya and Africa, building of roads, building of other building services. So we also believe that when we train this already existing workforce, they are able to convert easily into the nuclear grade as we talk about. Also in the energy sector, I think Africa and Kenya, we have a lot of conventional experts in the geothermal, in the renewable energy, and also in the fossil fuel. So this technical staff, right from generation, transmission, and distribution, could easily be transformed into nuclear experts. And what we have been doing in terms of our capacity building, we have been concentrating on training of our experts right from the energy sector, and we want to roll out this now to other sectors of the infrastructure so that we train them, they continue to work in their various sectors, and when you have the nuclear power plant, they can then be recalled very easily into the nuclear power program. ICT is also another sector that we have a lot of competencies. As you know, 70% of the Kenyan populations are youth, and therefore there are a lot of innovators in the ICT sector. When you look at the cyber security issues, and therefore these young people can then be trained onto issues of cybersecurity for nuclear infrastructure, and then we move in developing the kind of workforce that Africa is looking forward to. We also have a very robust public sector. People, of course, when you look at the regulation and compliance, these are people that can be trained to become regulator experts and also compliance experts in terms of nuclear power plant. Service sector, also when you look at the banking industry, the tourism industry, and also some other service sectors that would be able to assist us in developing the workforce so that they are able to look at the financial issues that are related to nuclear power program. Then we develop those competencies in those various areas. In terms of the training facilities, as we've said in our HRD strategy, we did the mapping of the various institutions, TVETs and universities. And you have noted that we have 26 universities that are technical in nature that would be able to assist us when we want to continue with this development of the competencies. We have 29 technical and vocational institutes, and these will, some of them will act as centers of excellence in the various areas, in the crafts, the artisans, and also the technicians that are also critical in the development of the nuclear industry. In terms of the research institution, we have 21 of them, and this is critical for us as we got into the issues of nuclear power program, and therefore we want to enhance collaboration with our international partners so that these local research institutions can be enhanced to be able to develop their competencies. In terms of programs, we have had collaboration with countries like South Korea, as I said. Every year we take 6 Kenyans for master's training with the King's University. We also have established collaborations with China, Tsinghua University, again another 6 every year for masters in nuclear engineering. And at the local level, we have Nairobi University that are training Kenyan people on nuclear science, and this would be able to increase the numbers as we move into the future. And of course, as we talked about the Kenya Institute of Advanced Technology, once it comes on board, these numbers will be able to grow so that we are ready for the nuclear power program. Next steps for Kenya, as we have said, we are really looking forward to finalizing our HRD policy, our strategy, after having received comments from IEA, and we believe that in the next 12 months, this is something that we want to finalize, and then we want to develop national nuclear curriculum, and this one I know US will be coming in very handy because we want to be deliberate in developing this curriculum with our national universities, the 26 that we have already identified, so that they can be able to offer those nuclear-related courses in those institutions. Of course, KAIST is very important to us, and once it's commissioned, we believe that we shall have a university of our own that will be offering nuclear engineering and other science, nuclear science courses to drive our agenda into deploying of nuclear power program. Thank you.
Thank you again, Eric, for illuminating the parts of the educational ecosystem that you're working with here in Kenya. And it's excellent to hear that there's already so many that are being considered and being developed in that program. All right. We talked about that. One of the things that I didn't mention earlier when I talked about the development programs in the United Arab Emirates was they actually had a significant portion of women that worked at the plant, particularly in operations. And I think part of the reason for that was a lot of the males in the workforce tended to work in the oil and gas industries because that was what they had a lot of before. And so when they needed to quickly develop a new workforce, they brought in the people that hadn't necessarily been considered for those types of jobs before. They brought in a lot of very highly educated, very enthusiastic young ladies that got trained up and became many of the leaders at the Baraka site. So sometimes we need to supplement our workforce because we don't have the competencies or we don't have them at the time that we need them to get things moving in our program. And so this is very similar to in the recruiting effort. It's just, can you bring in somebody that already has all of the skills and experiences that are needed to fill that role? So we want to look at what those gaps are and what the future needs of the workforce are, and use that to figure out those mission priorities, like I mentioned. If you have a long timeline, everybody can be trained up. But if you want to compress the timeline, it can help to bring in outsourced staff to fill those gaps. So some of the things that need to be considered when we're looking at outsourcing is the types of services that are needed. Is it a job that needs to be done one time or short term, or is it something that's long term? I can give an example from Baraka where we brought in an expert in metrology to do some measurements of placing the lower barrel inside the reactor vessel. So it's a very large piece of steel going in another very large piece of steel, and there's a very small tolerance around the outside, and it needs to be exactly perfectly centered. This is something that's done one time when the reactor is being constructed. It's never done again. So it wouldn't make sense to train someone up to do this work that they're only going to do once and then never again, or maybe a couple times if there's a couple of different reactors. So in this case, we brought in a worker. He did that measurement work over a 2-day period, and then he flew back to his home, and that work was done and was completed very quickly. So sometimes it can be actually less expensive to bring in someone for a very short, very specialty job than it is to train them up indigenously. So some of those infrequent and specialist tasks, what is the availability and cost of those external folks? Are they available and at a reasonable cost rather than training up internal folks? So just some of the things, and what level of risk are you willing to take with either bringing in staff or training up staff to do this? So there are some constraints and some issues with using personnel that are outside of the organization. If you're always bringing in specialists to do certain jobs, then no one ever develops the competencies to do that. That's a time where it can be useful to have kind of that buddy system, that on-the-job training to bring in an outside expert, but then be getting someone trained up to do that work if it's something that is ongoing and needs to be continuously developed. And as I mentioned before, it could be less expensive or it could be more expensive to outsource rather than training permanent staff. It just depends on the type of job and the duration. All right, so finally, let's talk about collaborations, which are one of the most important parts. Because we can't do everything on our own. We need help with certain things. And collaborations is a great way to get people to focus on the things that they do best. So determining the need and readiness for collaboration, recruiting the right people in the right organizations. Partnerships in the nuclear industry last for decades. And it's really important to make sure that those organizations that you're going to be working with for decades are ones that you want to be working with for decades. One of the most important, the key steps is determining the structure of that collaborative partnership. It may seem straightforward. I can tell you I've personally seen poor collaborative partnership structure cause a nuclear project to fail. I won't mention which one, but you can ask me later. Just because the way that it was set up with this framework and the structure was not conducive to proper collaboration. And then I've seen ones that have been very highly successful, again in the UAE, and I'll show you what that one looked like. But it's very important to consider what the structure of that collaboration is going to be, and then have a proper communication strategy and action plan to enact it. Okay. So I wanted to introduce this more generally, and then I'll get into the specifics. And I mentioned this briefly earlier. You'll tend to have some sort of utility management company that's in charge of owning, operating, or constructing the nuclear power plants. That company will tend to work with a reactor designer vendor who, that's what they do. They design reactors and then they sell them. There's tons of them. And then both of those entities will use subcontractors to actually provide and procure the components that are needed to build the physical power plant. And then we have the regulator who is interacting with all of these different entities and providing oversight. So this is not the whole Baraka collaboration plan, but this is just the pieces that I personally worked on as the deputy site manager for Westinghouse there. And you can see how those key pieces are there. We had ENIC, the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company, who was the utility and the owner that were stood up by their government. They partnered with KEPCO, a Korean firm, to provide the reactor vessel and to construct the project. And those two entities formed a joint venture together called NAWA. That was 82% owned by ENIC and 18% owned by KEPCO, and that was the company that was responsible for operating the plant. And then FANR was the regulator who was watching over all of this. Under KEPCO, they had KHNP that was doing the commissioning and the startup testing work. They had, as I mentioned, Westinghouse. We were providing the instrumentation and control items, everything in the control rooms and out in the power plant. And Westinghouse was also a subcontractor to Doosan for heavy equipment, providing the reactor vessel internals and the reactor coolant pumps. In each of these different areas, we provided some of that contract support. So the outsourced personnel were provided by Westinghouse that were embedded with our Korean counterparts, with KHNP, with KEPCO, helping them to deploy and install the equipment that we had provided. So some of the advantages of collaboration, the increased expertise, that's really the main one. You can bring in expertise that's not available locally, and you can bring in excellence, technical excellence, where people can focus on what they do best, which can, as I mentioned, sometimes end up being less expensive than trying to do everything indigenously. There can be challenges because of legal differences, that's where we need to bring the lawyers in, as we mentioned, the nuclear energy lawyers. And it's so important to think about how we want to collaborate up front and make sure that that is instituted properly in all of the contracts and in legal space. So some quick examples of that, ones that are ongoing in the US, we have the Dow X Energy collaboration, where Dow is a chemical manufacturing company, X Energy is providing a reactor, and the outcome of that is process heat and clean electricity for that industrial manufacturing process. Another example is the coal to nuclear program. I won't get into the details of that, but it's a really exciting idea and a way of reusing some infrastructure and workforce in order to more quickly deploy nuclear reactors. An example of this is the TerraPower Natrium reactor that will be built in Kemmerer, Wyoming in the US. So in summary, we need to establish our goals for the program first, and then what the workforce needs are to meet those goals. We can look at the existing local and regional capabilities in terms of workers, in terms of training and qualification programs and educational facilities, like Eric mentioned, doing sort of a survey of everything that's currently available, and then looking at those gaps. We need to think critically about who are the partners that we want to work with to develop our program, and then make a very solid collaboration plan to make that happen. And I think that's it. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll invite Eric to come up as well for questions. I don't think we get a coffee break until there's a question, so, okay. Yes, do we have roving microphones, or? Yes, a microphone is coming to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Gail and Eric, for that very substantive and helpful presentation. I wanted to take Das Duncan's charge that we put into practice sharing experiences and ideas and build on your very good presentation, and note that among the tools in our collective toolbox is a program that I have the privilege of overseeing called FIRST, which is the Foundational Infrastructure for Responsible Use of Small Modular Reactor Technologies. It's a long name, which is why we have an acronym called FIRST. And FIRST works very closely with our friends at the Department of Energy, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, as well as NGOs, universities, as well as US national labs, and then of course leveraging the nuclear experiences of more than 60 years in the United States of safe, secure, reliable nuclear power. And we seek to provide this expertise to partners all around the world. Indeed, FIRST cooperates with almost 50 countries, including many here in Africa. One of our initial partners was actually Kenya, and I've had the privilege of working with Eric on some of the curriculum development projects that he mentioned, including both at the university level as well as for technical practitioners. And we're very excited, Eric, to support Kenya's long-term workforce development needs. We're also very pleased to be able to partner with Ghana, where we've established the Small Modular Reactor Control Room Simulator that was mentioned under the previous panel, as well as to develop a welding certification program, again, for tradespeople to also be able to have the necessary skills to support our shared economic and energy needs. And so I very much look forward to our discussion throughout the course of this week. My colleague Mia and I are here and happy to have side conversations on ways that potentially we can support, both on a bilateral and regional basis, these very important goals. So thank you very much for this very important session, Gail and Eric. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. In the back, and then we'll come to the front. So yes, back there, and then we'll come to the front. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Eric Simatwa. I'm the CEO of Innovation Spark Africa, which is an innovation investment company in Nairobi. And I'm also a correspondent of African Young in Nuclear Energy. And my question would be to the government of Kenya, that now that it is evident that the public is not so much aware about the peaceful uses of nuclear. As I see it, I'm a correspondent, the African Young Nuclear Agency. But I do write in Star newspaper. at some points when I get any exciting news that I think the public should know about nuclear energy. But little do have I ever heard the government of Kenya convening a public media and a government organization or a meeting so that we organize together a proactive, informatory plan on how we can sensitize our public to know about the peaceful uses of nuclear. Would the government of Kenya perhaps organize such a plan so that the public can be thoroughly be informed about the peaceful uses of nuclear? Otherwise, however a good product or plans we have about nuclear, without sensitizing our people on the uses, good uses and peaceful uses of nuclear, then we cannot have a breakthrough. And the public cannot perhaps embrace the plans that the government has. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. And I would like to jump in and mention that we will be covering stakeholder engagement, which will go over a lot of that. And we'll have an opportunity to get the Kenyan perspective on that as well, if that's okay, when we do that workshop on stakeholder engagement. Okay, there was a question up here as well.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Justus Wabuyabo. I'm the CEO of the New Pair, the co-host, and being my first time to stand up, I want to welcome all the delegates to Nairobi. I wanted to ask you, Dilea, you mentioned something very interesting, and before I go that, I want to thank Eric and yourself for the very good presentation. You mentioned about the experience in Baraka, where you had people from Russia, Korea, all over the world, basically. Yes. And that is very interesting. I'd just like to, maybe you could share with us, how was the experience working with very different nationalities? Was there issues of language barrier? Were there challenges because of cultural, the way people do things? And did that help in the delivery of the project faster? Or do you think that there was some, because of that different mix of people, did it affect the delivery of the project? And would you really, will you say that if you were to get like maybe one partner, will it be more advantageous? Please share with us that experience. Thank you very much.
That's a great question. Thank you so much. It was a very, and sometimes it could be a little bit challenging. They actually developed a procedure for Baraka English to cover the specific English language that we would use at the site, because there's many different English-speaking countries and nationalities that were there. American English is different than the British English, is different than South African or Australian English. So we had a procedure that dictated this is the proper Baraka English that we're going to use at the site. And so communication wasn't too much of a problem, but I think everyone that worked there, especially for myself as an expat, recognizing that I was a guest in the country, and I expected some cultural miscommunications, and we just would work together until we were able to resolve those. I think it lended a richness to the project that it would not have otherwise had if we didn't have all these different nationalities working together. But we all had the same goal. We all were there to get this power plant built. I wanted to see a nuclear plant start up for the first time myself. We were all very passionate about making sure that the project was successful. Ultimately, I do think it did help the project to be able to be completed more quickly, but they didn't really have the option of doing it all internally, just because of the size of the nation, which just was not large enough to develop enough workers to do that. But it certainly was a really wonderful project to be a part of and to experience that and to have that opportunity to work with all these different nationalities that were all very excited and enthusiastic about nuclear energy and getting the project developed and built. thank you for the question. We have other questions. Yes, over here. And then we'll come over here. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Lucalo, Kenyan Director, Research to Empower. And I think I have a ton of questions, but I better just try to cover what I can cover. So this idea is all great, and my major question is, Kenya, being a country that is faced with a lot of corruption, what steps will be taken to ensure transparency, accountability in Kenya's nuclear energy program, in case you're going to engage with the stakeholders in Kenya, in terms of procurement and operation, also to deal with matters conflicting interests? Another question is that how does Kenya plan to ensure the safe and secure operation of nuclear power plants in the face of potential natural disasters or security threats? Have you maybe considered maybe implementing climate disaster risk financing and insurance? Maybe you could tell us. Also, another reason is that maybe people may not be willing to uptake the idea of nuclear is because people don't have confidence in the government when delivering such initiatives, because many great ideas have come before, but they've all languished. Kibera has the largest numbers of NGOs. So another question is that you haven't touched really. How does Kenya plan to integrate nuclear energy into existing energy grid and infrastructure? I think that is a missing link, because you don't start from scratch, right? You start from somewhere. So how are all these going to be integrated? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me start with the easier one, which is the last one. We operate using a national master plan, which we call the Least Cost Power Development Plan. And therefore, nuclear as a source of energy has been integrated in our national energy plan from 2011. This national energy development plan is updated every 2 years. The current Least Cost Power Development Plan that we have is for 2024-2044. And in that particular plan, nuclear as a source of energy has already been committed to come on board by the year 2034. So it is planned for nationally, and it is a committed source of energy. In addition to other sources of energy like hydro, solar, wind, geothermal, as you're aware, we have a lot of deposits of geothermal, and that is a base load for our country. And nuclear is going to form the second base load by the year 2034. So all this is planned for and integrated very well, and that's what guides our commissioning date in terms of deployment of the nuclear power program. In terms of safety and security, and this has been talked about all the time, if you look at the 19 infrastructure issues, which as a country is what we have been evaluated on, you have been told that in the year 2016, we had our first INER mission here. INER is Integrated Nuclear Review Mission that looks at how you have been able to perform in all those 19 infrastructure issues. And one of them is safety, security, and safeguard. Those three S's form part and parcel of those 19 infrastructure issues. And as a country, you must demonstrate how you'll be able to ensure that you deploy your nuclear power plant in a secure, in a safe, and optimal manner. So this is what the country is developing on this infrastructure to ensure that there will be no issues to do with those three S's in the future. In terms of corruption, I think this is all for us to answer that question. Corruption starts with you. It's the mindset issue. I think if all the laws in this, we have very good laws in this country tackling corruption. We have very good institutions in this country tackling corruption. But corruption is a mindset, that all of us require to deal with. But I can assure you, in terms of the nuclear industry, that would not suffice, because an accident in Kenya becomes an accident all over the world. And safety, security, and safeguard must be ensured. And no vendor will come into a country and compromise on quality that would actually derail that particular process. So for corruption, it's all of us to deal with that corruption. Even at your own place of work, at home, you need to ensure that we don't condone this particular vice. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Otuoma. I have only two questions, one for our host and another one for our visitor. So I think I'll start with our host. So we are very privileged that you've explained. We had about education. This is my question. We have relationships with Korea. We have relationship with China, and also you said the Institute of Nuclear Science in the University of Nairobi. But you forgot one. In 2011, we started with the Texas A&M University of the United States, and every year we had agreed with the Texas A&M University we'll be sending their Kenyans. Actually, the first year in 2012, we sent 30 Kenyans, and we're supposed to continue sending more Kenyans. And the reason why I'm saying that, there's a state university in North Carolina. It has a pulsator reactor. So there was an internet reactor lab arrangement between North Carolina and Jordan. And that program made the International Atomic Energy Agency start something called International Reactor Lab. And in Kenya now we are privileged, Kenyatta University is having that. So since we are privileged to have so many Americans here, because I've had, like now for example, I've been privileged to be made the first president of the Nuclear Society of Kenya, which was registered last month. Why don't we relate with the Americans so that we get more of our young people, while still here in Kenya, having access to reactor? That is on the side of research reactor. And on the side of this industry readiness, what we had started with Texas A&M, you expand it, because in America, between, I think, May and September, the universities don't have people. So you can send there a number of Kenyans, young people, not me. For me now, I don't want to go there. The visa issue is not interesting. But young people, please, send young people. Then for our visitor, here in Kenya, we have the State Department, the embassy that is, and then yourselves, you are coming by virtue of being in the Department of Energy. But we are missing a very important component, I think, the Department of Commerce, because if Kenya was to have a 1, 2, 3 agreement with the USA, that is the only way we will get technology transfer. And technology transfer will come if we agree with that 1, 2, 3 arrangements with US government. Right now, there are only about 27 countries in the world which have signed 1, 2, 3 agreements with the USA. But if Kenya signs that one, and the Department of Commerce is also here, then all the companies in the USA will be very much willing to sign MOUs, partnership agreements. You talk what you want to say with our firms here in Kenya, and then this technology transfer will come to pass. Because in my mind, I think we need, like personally now I'm teaching at the University of Nairobi Physics, much as we need the knowledge, we need the technology transfer and then the investment so that we can realize our dream of having nuclear in our lifetime. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Tuomo. In regards to Texas A&M, and I must admit I'm one of the graduates of Texas A&M, the 1-month training there. And as a country, we are actually making very deliberate efforts to revive that particular training, fundamentals in nuclear engineering. But I must also say that I'm happy that under FAST, and Brian has made some commitments there, that from next year, we will be coordinating with Texas A&M, if this is approved by FAST, in curriculum development. and through some selected universities and technical institutions will be sent to Texas A&M to be able to achieve this mandate. So together with curriculum development from Texas A&M and also reviving of that fundamental trainings that we had initially published. So I think that would give us some impetus in terms of HRD development. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will not comment on the U.S. SWINE 123 agreements. There's actually several different processes that need to happen to work together, but your point about inviting the Department of Commerce is well taken, so thank you. Other questions? One in the middle. One in the back. We'll do it in the middle and then in the back middle first.
My name is Michael Mangala. I'm a teacher, lecturer at the University of Nairobi at the Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. And I've listened to your presentations. And, well, we plan to have a nuclear power plant. Now, you made the presentations on Barak. Can you please tell us about the structure of the owner and operator? Because we would also like to have a similar, and also in addition, perhaps give us also an overview of the kind of power plant, how they are structured in the US. To me, it looks like it's business. Business of selling electricity. So therefore, it should therefore attract people into the business of IP, what is it? Independent, IPP, we call them IPP, yes. So how would we get this particular issue actualized in the setup of the owner and operator? Because I see from the government point of view, this kind of business might not attract a lot of investment, specifically from the government. But from the independent operators, I think there's a lot of business in Africa because everybody has expressed the same interest to have electricity available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let you answer this one as well if you like. Excellent question about the structure of the owner-operator in the UAE. For Baraka, as in with many countries, the owner-operator was set up by the government, so it was a semi-autonomous government entity, basically, that was owned and controlled by the government, which is, as you mentioned, quite different than the structure that we have in the U.S. And I'm afraid we might need to give an entire other workshop on all the different ways that the electricity, the grid, and the business of energy development in the U.S. Work, because it's very different if you look at the grid in operation and the business in the Northeast U.S., it's different than in the South, it's different than in Texas, it's different all over the country in terms of whether they use the PPAs or not. But we'd be happy to have a conversation about that later on. I think there's a lot of advantages with the owner-operator being a designee of the government, especially for nuclear programs, just because of the special and uniqueness of what's needed and just the size of being able to develop that program. I can share with you the kind of the perspective of the Emiratis in the UAE. A lot of people asked when they started to build that plant why they were bringing in nuclear energy when they have so much oil available to produce their energy. And the feedback that I understood was that their leadership looked ahead for 10, 20, 30, 50 years, the oil will run out, and they will still need energy, and they'll also need jobs and industry. And they believed the best way to bring that into the country was by developing a nuclear energy program. So they had that ability, because of the government structure and because of the structure of the entity, they had that ability to take that long-term view and to develop this program strategically to create an industry that didn't exist, to create jobs that didn't exist, and to make sure that they would have a security of energy even once the oil runs out. Did you have anything you wanted to add from Kenyan perspective on this?
Okay, thank you so much. I think in regards to the owner-operator, as you know, they are critical institutions that are required in the deployment of a nuclear power program for any country, and Napier is one of them, which is responsible for developing of the requisite infrastructure. And then you have the regulator, which is already established under the Nuclear Regulatory Act of 2019. What we have not established as a country is the owner-operator, and we have already done some strategies for establishment of the owner-operator for the country. And I think in the next few years or few months, the government of Kenya will be actualizing exactly the establishment of the owner-operator, depending on the strategies that will have been presented to the government. Thank you.
Can we just take the one more in the back? Okay. Last question in the back. Yes. No, yeah, that one. Yes.
I'll just be very quick.
Thank you, please.
My name is Chantal Waititu, recent graduate mechanical engineering from the University of Nairobi. Engineer Flora Kamanja, I don't know if she's here, but she's a very good mentor, and she's the one who's trying to get me together with Engineer Eric Ohanga. And I'm glad that you're in the space of nuclear, because we worked with you when you were president at IK. So I know a lot of youths are going to benefit a lot from it. But as we're here, I've also seen the CEO of NUPEA. I feel like this question is for both you and him, on the opportunities that are available for people who are not yet in the universities but have left universities, for the trainings, etc. How are you going along with updating online, especially for the communities who are online? Thank you.
When my CEO is around, I don't answer that question. I give it to my CEO. So, CEO, please, can you say something on that? Opportunities for the young people.
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a very important question. And in part of this workshop, we'll have a session for gender and youth. And a lot of that will be answered. But let me attempt to just answer you now. We will not develop this nuclear program without having the young people in mind. Because as Professor Thomas said, his time and our time is up. By the time we'll be doing the construction in 2027, it will be the young people. So our focus is to start tapping into the young people. And as was presented, what we have tended to do is to look for people who are already working in the sector, and we get them opportunities to go and work at plants or nuclear plants or countries with that technology so that they learn. But we cannot sustain that forever, because when we'll need more people to work, you've had, I've always thought about 1,000 people, but now we're being told we're talking about 10,000, 20,000 people work in nuclear power plants. We will need to develop a lot of these people here. And the government has committed to this program. And therefore, we will start developing curricula to train these people here, and we will be creating opportunities for our young people to start having careers in the nuclear plants. Also, what we are doing is that there are opportunities, and I'm sad that Professor Shaukat has left. Under the IEA, we have a number of opportunities that keep coming up. And for the young people here, I will encourage you that before you leave, please go on the website of the IEA, especially young women. There are very many opportunities there, and we can help you to get internships and job opportunities with IEA so that you can start getting first-hand experience. We also have a partnership that we are going to develop, and I'm also sad that DG Magud is not here, but NEA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, which is an organization in Europe under the OECD, they're coming in to partner with us, and we should actually be able to see how we can also get young people, our Kenyan young people, to get opportunities to work in those fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that was a really wonderful way to round out the session. And I just want to reflect back to Alicia Duncan's words, Das Duncan's words at the beginning of the session for the young people that are here about mentors. I would not be standing up here and giving this presentation to you without all of the mentors that I had had through my career. And almost, I can say 100% of the mentors that I had successful relationships with were all people that I asked them to be my mentor. They weren't assigned to me by my boss or anything like that. They were someone that I saw them doing amazing work, or they knew something that was really interesting, and I went up and I asked them just to tell me about it. So please do take those opportunities while we're here this week to have those conversations and make those connections. And develop yourself as we are going about developing the workforce. So with that, I will turn it back over to our wonderful moderator.
Right, a round of applause for Joel and Eric. Thank you so much. So yeah, you get to pick your chocolates, please.
I'm gonna go with the lemon.
The red one?
Right, and don't go away yet. There's another presentation for you. We keep on giving gifts here at the Usains. So we're going to have a presentation. So for all the speakers who we've had this morning, there's going to be a presentation from the team to you. And I'm going to call on the CEO of NUPIA, Justice Ubuyabo, to give the first set of presentations. Let's please welcome him with a round of applause.
I'm surprised that you didn't get my name and it's West African. Wabuyabo.
Wabuyabo. Okay, so now I got it. Okay, so we're going to start with Eric and then Gail. So probably, okay, maybe Gail first. Okay. Right, and then Eric. And then Alicia, you also have one here. Alicia. So Alicia, please come forward. And Shakur Walker, you also have a presentation. Please hold on. You present to Shakur as well. Shakur, yeah. A round of applause to Shakur. And then I guess, yeah, we can have someone pick up for Alicia. And then Etonam, come forward as well. Purity. And Anushya. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ubuyabo. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you. We're gonna have yeah. So can we have the chairman of NUPIA, Mr. Ezra Odhiambo, do the next set of presentations? A round of applause, please. All right. So Etonam. And then I guess you pick it for Alicia, right? And then Purity. Okay, Shaka, you're going to take it for Alicia? Okay. And then if we have a representative for Professor Shaukat, who can pick it up on his behalf, can we have a rep for Professor Shaukat? Okay, it will be given to him, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a few announcements. We're going to take a coffee break which essentially is going to precede lunch. So for the coffee break, what you can do is use the period to get to network some more. And also, this is very important. I told you the tags were being prepared. The tags are ready now, and it's important that everyone picks up their tag. So kindly use the period of the coffee break to pick up your tag right there at the front, because it's important that you pick it up today, because tomorrow without the tags, you're not going to be coming in. So kindly, during the coffee break, make sure you pick up your tag and do network. And then from the network, we're going to have lunch, and the lunch is going to be at the Baluba restaurant. It's on the second floor. So second floor, Baluba restaurant, we're going to have lunch at 12:35. So between now and then, you can get to network and enjoy some coffee. So we will be back for the second workshop. So for now, thank you very much, all of you, for being so wonderful. And then I'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Okay, so I just need to add that we're back here at 1:30. We're back here at 1:30. Thank you.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I want to be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high. Just the two of us. Like a cold summer afternoon, like the snow coming down in June, like a wedding without a groom. I'm missing you. I'm the desert without the sand. You're the woman without a man. I'm the ring without a hand. I'm missing you. Every day, baby. Every day. Every day, every day. I'm missing you like a cold summer afternoon.
No way. No way. No way.
Get on with it.
No way.
Okay, great. I enjoyed my lunch. I don't know about you. Trust you all enjoyed your lunch too. Okay. So that's great. So in Ghana, we're used to a lot of spices in our food. So I had to carry with me from Ghana. I was warned that you may not find the Kenyan spicy as you It's generally accepted across all the known by virtually all the languages. So it's shito. So I brought my shito. And I put a bit of that back. And the rice that looked like jollof. So the rice that's like yellow, I mean the yellow one. So we call it jollof, which is the source of the battle between Ghana and Nigeria. Yeah, whose jollof tastes better. So I went for the Kenyan jollof and I put my the spice by it, and it went down quite well. So just so you know, except you're not into spices. All right, so we're getting on with the workshop 2, and to start with the keynote, I want to invite the Commissioner for the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Honorable David Wright. A round of applause to him. I like that. I like the cheer from the back. Woo, 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 woo.
Good afternoon. So I'm responsible for keeping you awake after lunch. That's going to be my job today. We're going to have some fun. So as was mentioned, my name is David Wright, and I'm the Commissioner from the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Last year, 2023, it was in Ghana, as you've heard, and it was very informative, and it was a lot of fun, too. Knowing the organizers like I do, I'm sure that this summit's already started. It's even better, and it's going to be even better. So congratulations, and thank you, Alicia, for everything so far. You know, the session earlier this morning, awareness of these new technologies and understand potential regulatory needs that will jump at us. To ensure we're ready to regulate the full spectrum of new reactor technologies, the NRC has made considerable progress in developing a to be clear about our role. The NRC provides independent oversight, making decisions exclusively to protect public health and safety and not for economic or political reasons. We conduct our work transparently, providing key information through a comprehensive website, open meetings, and a vast online database. In fact, in a typical year, the NRC conducts about 800 public meetings. This openness allows the public to see, understand, and participate in NRC decision-making, contributing to public confidence in the safety and security of nuclear power in the United States. Engagement with interested stakeholders, both domestically and internationally, is key to the success of our regulatory efforts. I strongly support this year's summit focusing on this important topic too, because no nuclear power program can succeed without public confidence. As I mentioned earlier, the NRC holds approximately 800 public meetings a year. That's a lot of meetings. We do this because we want to provide opportunities for the public to comment on proposed changes to our regulations, licensing actions, and other important activities that impact the direction of our work. Some meetings are held at our headquarters outside of Washington, but we hold many more meetings in communities around the country. Sometimes these meetings are held at one of our 4 regional offices, but we also hold meetings much closer to the public than that. For example, near a reactor site. In 2022, we even held a commission meeting in the Navajo Nation, which is the largest indigenous reservation in the United States. In fact, I didn't realize this until I went there, but it's larger than 10 U.S. states. I've had the opportunity to participate in many public meetings, and I can say from firsthand experience, they are critical for me as a commissioner, but also for the NRC as a whole, to demonstrate our commitment to transparency and our genuine interest in hearing the public's view. It's not enough to simply say that communication is important. We have to show it. Active engagement with our international partners is equally as important. Therefore, and similar to my colleagues and predecessors on the Commission, I'm a strong proponent of international engagement. In 2014, the Commission issued an international policy statement which reinforced that international activities are integral to the NRC's mission and directly supports U.S. foreign policy objectives as NRC's domestic mission. We also have an international strategy for 2021 through 2025. Our overall goal is to foster and maintain collaboration with international counterparts and multilateral organizations to positively influence global and domestic nuclear safety and security. You can view our policy statement and our international strategy on our public website, which you can easily find by just Googling NRC International Programs. International cooperation is vital to the success of the NRC's critical domestic safety mission, too. This cooperation helps us to learn from one another, ensures timely sharing of operating experience, and advances global nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation goals. The NRC's regulatory partnerships are critical to the continued high levels of nuclear energy safety, particularly given the interest in new and developing technologies. I believe that engagements such as the dialogue we're having this week allow regulatory partners and other stakeholders to share and discuss valuable information regarding institutional safety and security priorities that will help to shape all of our domestic programs. With these goals in mind, the NRC is engaged in a wide range of bilateral and multilateral activities that contribute to enhancing the safety and security of nuclear activities worldwide. This engagement enables us to share best practices, lessons learned. It deepens our understanding of different perspectives and ensures we don't make decisions in a vacuum. To facilitate this information exchange, we have more than 50 bilateral agreements with regulatory counterparts in almost every country with a power reactor program, and many that use nuclear technologies for other purposes. I'm very pleased to note that in a few weeks at the IAEA General Conference in Vienna, the NRC will sign a new bilateral technical agreement with the Kenya Nuclear Regulatory Authority, our first such agreement. If you're interested, yeah, that's worth clapping for. If you're interested in creating a safe nuclear power program, we would love to come and walk alongside of you. These bilateral agreements facilitate technical exchanges, regulatory information sharing, personnel exchanges, and regulatory assistance. And these exchanges contribute to nuclear safety and security worldwide. I look forward to the fruitful cooperation between the NRC and KNRA under this new agreement. We've already had the opportunity to identify a few priorities and some areas for cooperation, one of which is working with KNRA on stakeholder engagement activities to collect views from the members of the public and professional groups that that will be working under their draft regulations on nuclear safety. Given all the reasons I've outlined already, we believe this is an excellent activity to start to explore under our new bilateral agreement. This engagement with Kenya is just one example of the NRC's international capacity building activities. The goal of this work is to support other regulators as they build their oversight programs. For example, we can assist regulators in preparing to review a license application, offer suggestions on regulatory decisions, and help train inspectors. These are long-term partnerships that we build to endure, to last, independent of what type of reactor a country ultimately chooses. We do not tell our regulatory counterparts how to run their program because there is no one-size-fits-all approach to this. Instead, we provide support to our counterparts as they continue developing their regulatory programs, emphasizing the importance of those programs being independent, well-resourced, and technically competent. This is an important responsibility as we all share the goal of safe and secure use of nuclear power. We're pleased to partner with African regulators on capacity building, and I will note that we are actively involved in assisting African regulators in their stakeholder engagement activities through our Regulatory Sources Regulatory Partnership, or RSRP. The RSRP is focused on helping member country partners strengthen regulatory control over the use of radiation sources. Under the program, within the past year, the NRC has worked with our regulatory partners in Mauritania, Zambia, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Ethiopia, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe in an effort to move forward projects in their countries on public engagement, to increase stakeholder knowledge on the use of radiation sources and the role of the regulator. We view these stakeholder engagements as critical to the success of a regulator, both for those considering a nuclear energy program and for those utilizing radioactive material for industrial, academic, or medical purposes. In summary, the NRC stands ready to continue supporting African partners and other countries interested in deploying nuclear power programs in the future, and that includes in the key area of stakeholder engagement. You know, we've licensed over 100 large light water reactors in the United States, and we stand ready to share the experiences gained and lessons learned along the way. We've also recently licensed a salt-cooled advanced reactor and a small modular light water reactor. And as I mentioned earlier, we're in the pre-application discussions with about 15 other potential applicants. We're working to ensure our partners can benefit from our licensing experience so that they don't need to reinvent the wheel. But we also recognize that some of our partners will want to do things maybe differently than us. And that's okay. It's okay. I cannot overemphasize the importance of stakeholder engagement at every phase of nuclear development. Open, transparent communication creates and builds trust and confidence. A well-established relationship between regulators and the many stakeholders impacted by their work ensures continuous, productive dialogue that maximizes efficiency and minimizes misunderstandings. I'd like to conclude by thanking you once again for attending this summit this week and for letting me come too. I look forward to more very interesting presentations like the ones this morning, the further panel discussions and informal conversations on the margins of the event this week. Again, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the week's program. Okay, I will, but I'm going to give you something.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I also got something. It's yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, a round of applause to Honorable David Wright. So we're now getting into the stakeholder engagement 2 proper, and the facilitator is going to be Delia Lockridge. She's the group leader, nuclear operations and licensing senior R&D staff, innovative nuclear reactor development engineer. She's also from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. There, let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way here.
So good afternoon. All right, just checking to make sure you're still awake because lunch was really good. I'm going to check the presentation. I think I'm supposed to point here. In a minute, stand by. So while he's queuing up the presentation, I will mention that this is the 3rd African nation that I've had the opportunity to visit, and I'm overwhelmed by the graciousness and hospitality that we've received thus far. So thank you for hosting, and more to come. So, are we ready? Ready? Okay, good. So, normally I float when I speak. It's difficult for me to stand in one place, so you might see me gripping the podium, and that's because I'm supposed to stay still, so please oblige me. But I will start from the last week of July to about the 2nd weekend in August. I was glued to the television set. But I wasn't the only one. The much anticipated Paris Olympics were on, and the entire world was watching. Now, I watched a little bit of swimming because I just learned how to swim about 5 minutes ago. I watched a little bit more gymnastics because I used to turn flips. Now, we're not going to talk about how long ago that was, but I promise you I was able to do some of those backflips and things. I won't try that now because I might end up in the hospital. But the events that I really, really wanted to watch, I can be mobile now. The events that I really, really wanted to watch were the track and field and running events. I mean, I love running. Okay, no, I don't love running. I love how I feel after I run. After the run is over and it's done, I can check it off, and I feel like I've done something that day. So I watched all of the track and field events, and they were amazing, amazing to see. And I lived vicariously through them and was able to make some connections between all of the running events and what's happening in the nuclear industry. And it's not a hard parallel. I'm going to set this down for a second. If you think about it, well, okay, I'll step back for a second. I actually qualified to go to the Olympics this year as a spectator. Yeah, not as a runner. I'm not that fast. I'm not that fast at all. But I love celebrating people doing great things. I love supporting people doing great things. And Africa is doing another great thing. They are taking intentional steps forward to increasing their engagement in the nuclear energy sector, and that is worth celebrating. Now, another running analogy, it's not going to be a 100-yard dash. It's not going to be a sprint. This journey that you are on, it is a full marathon. And as I've done a couple of those, I can tell you that it is hard, it is intensive, but it is so well worth the journey. I can also tell you that when you're on this journey, exploring your capabilities in nuclear technology, you're not going to be by yourself. There are going to be people along this journey with you, and those are your stakeholders. So during the time that I have, I'd like to talk with you about stakeholder engagement, and Commissioner Wright has already alluded to its significance and its importance and its impact. So I'd like to expand on that for the time that I have with you today. And again, this is an interactive session, so you can find the QR code that you can scan with your phones. Yes, pull your phones out. And scan the code and follow along for some of the questions so that we can move through this quickly. All right, so some of the things that we're going to talk about are how we can involve stakeholders in the decision-making process. And that, as Commissioner Wright said, at every phase, at every stage of the process. We also have to build public confidence and trust. And that, again, is something that's going to take time. I mean, if you think about some of your friendships, some of your long-term friendships that you have, those didn't happen overnight. It was repeated engagements, conversations at dinner, conversations in people's homes. You establish that relationship and that confidence and that trust in that person. The same thing applies here. And then we're also going to talk about strengthening communications among the key organizations, many of which are present in the room. And I echo Das Duncan's charge to each of you to meet some of the people that are in the room, to build your networks and establish relationships for the long term. So for stakeholder engagement, oh, I didn't do that. There's a ghost in the machine. Okay, so for stakeholder engagement, the first thing you need to do is identify who your key stakeholders are. We want to make sure we're all speaking the same language. So a stakeholder is a person, an individual, or a group of individuals that have a vested interest or a commitment to whatever project or decision that you're about to make. Sometimes those stakeholders will be internal to your organization. Your manager, your engineer, your technician, the student at a university. Sometimes those stakeholders will be external to your organization. For example, the public. which can be one of the strongest stakeholders that you will encounter. Who is not a stakeholder? There's been some discussion as to whether or not competitors are actually stakeholders. Your competitors care about what you're doing from the standpoint that they want to know how to move and to react, maybe sometimes to counter what you're doing so that they can hold more of the market. But the competitor is not going to be in the room while you're making the decisions. They're not going to have a voice when you're making those decisions. So for today, I would say that a competitor is not a stakeholder in this setting. But your general public, your managers, your bosses, your employees, all of those can be considered as stakeholders. Now that you know who the stakeholders are, how do you get them involved and engaged in the decision-making process? I went backwards. Okay, how you get them involved in the process. Now, each stakeholder has a different interest. There's a certain reason why each of them are interested in what you're doing, the decision that you're about to make. Some of it may be political motivations, some of it may be job opportunities. But whatever reason that stakeholder is engaging you, you need to understand how to craft your message. You want to make sure that the message or information that you're sharing with your stakeholders is the right message. It's not too technical if you're speaking with someone who doesn't even know what a nuclear power plant is, but it's not too low level for someone who's experienced in the field and understands and appreciates the technical concepts. So you have to, again, build that long-term relationship or get to know your stakeholders so you can have a good appreciation for what types of information you need to share with them. And you also need to have an understanding of how frequently you provide that information to the stakeholders. One of my managers, we had a meeting every 2 weeks where I updated him on the progress of a project that I was working on. Any more than 2 weeks, he thought that there was something wrong. Like if I showed up at his office and it wasn't for our regularly scheduled meeting, he's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And so I tried to keep to our schedule, and I only interacted with him as my stakeholder on those occasions unless there was an emergency. But I built that relationship and that understanding with him because we worked together, we spent time together. He communicated very well what his expectations were with regard to information and its frequency. And also timeliness. Again, if there was something that I knew, some information that I needed to share with my manager that would help him make a timely decision, I didn't wait necessarily till the next meeting, especially if I knew he had an important engagement coming. So all of these factors are important when you're trying to determine what information, how often the information needs provided, and if there are any other circumstances why you need to provide that information to those stakeholders. And it's going to be different for every stakeholder that you engage. So stakeholders, again, you'll have them at various levels in your organizations. They'll have various levels of influence in the community. Some of them may be mayors or part of the ministry, and you need to understand the level of influence that they have, not within just their community, but the community at large, because your message is going to be impacted by that. So for example, if you have a high-ranking official that is about to deliver a speech, but needs some information about schedule, what is the timeline or the schedule that you're on for this major project? He or she is a high interest, high influence person. So you need to make sure that you engage them often and engage them in a way that keeps them satisfied with the level of information that they have. You may have someone that's in the general public. Let's say a school teacher that is starting a session on nuclear energy in her class. Now, she may not have the same high-level ranking position that the mayor of the town or the CEO of a corporation does, but she does have customers, the students in the class. And this is an opportunity to share information with them about nuclear energy and nuclear technology that they don't have. And again, these are our future. These children are our future. So we want to make sure that the right information gets to the teacher and that we're on standby to provide any additional information to her or him in that setting. So the graph that you're looking at right now is really a gauge that you have to play with based on the audience that you're delivering the message to. Okay. So earlier I talked about who your stakeholders were, and now I'm going to give you an opportunity to identify some of them. I mentioned a couple of them, but if you would go on to Mentimeter, it'll begin to build a word cloud of some of the stakeholders that you already identify or already know in your community, okay? So government, and if somebody puts the same answer, the word gets bigger, so don't be afraid of putting the same response as someone else, but come up with different ones if you can. Licensees, the public, policymakers, community, investors, very good, small business owners, absolutely. I'll touch really quickly on that, small business owners. My colleague and friend Gail Hauk mentioned that I worked at the Vogtle 3 and 4 nuclear construction project, and there were almost as many businesses that grew around the surrounding area where the plants were being constructed. You go to work every day, but you have, other needs that you need to take care of. You need to do your laundry, you need to put gas in your car, you need to eat. So as the nuclear power plant grew, all of these other small businesses grew in the community. So when you're talking to your stakeholders about economic opportunity, you're not just looking at what the nuclear power plant can provide. You're also looking at the benefit to the entire community because it gives entrepreneurs a chance to grow the community and make a name for themselves. Wow, that's a lot of words. So youth organizations, other government agencies, religious leaders, absolutely, municipalities and the regulator, educators. Excellent responses. So how do you build confidence with the general public, particularly when you're talking about nuclear? So we'll start off with another quick exercise. Tell me some of the things that you have heard about nuclear energy. One word, 2 word phrases. I'll start off with one. Nuclear is clean energy. Some of you may have heard some other things about nuclear. So if you would just begin to type in some of the responses that you've heard when you're engaging the public or your friends when talking about nuclear energy. I'll share another one. My sister, when I started off working for a nuclear vendor, she asked me if I was going to glow because I was working at a nuclear facility. And I said, no, I'm not going to glow. But they're just different things that are out in the community that you hear about nuclear energy. And as members of the community, the nuclear community, we're going to have to respond to those things. So is it coming up? Do I need to click one more? Oh, that's operator error. All right, so if you can type in some of your responses now. Safe, all right, clean energy, green, nuclear-powered sub, dangerous, mutation, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, hazardous waste, baseload, Fukushima Daiichi, waste management. So as these words are populating on the screen, you'll see that some of them are positive, and some of them are not so positive. But maybe it just depends on your perspective. When talking about nuclear waste, in the United States, generally speaking, nuclear waste has more of a negative connotation if you're not within the nuclear community. But if you are within the nuclear community, Nuclear waste is seen as spent fuel. It's seen as an opportunity. It's untapped energy. So again, it's the same word, it's the same phrase, but my perspective is different. And as members of the nuclear community, it's our responsibility to understand both perspectives, or the many perspectives. Now, you don't have to have an answer for each perspective, but awareness is key, and it will drive the conversation, particularly if individuals know that they can come to you with their questions. Even if you don't have an answer, the fact that they can approach you, that you have a listening ear to their concerns, they're going to keep coming back to you, and you can become that trusted resource. And again, you don't have to do it alone. If I don't know the answer to a question, I'll rely on my colleagues, Gail, Andy, and others that I've known in my 20-year career to answer the question on your behalf. And when we're talking about nuclear energy, we need to be able to tell the whole story. Most people have heard about nuclear energy from the power plant perspective. Not very many people know about the nuclear applications for medicine. I have a friend that I met the first day that I showed up at Vogel 3 and 4. Her name's Virginia. She has survived cancer 4 times. 4 times. That was only possible, grace of God, by the nuclear medical isotopes that were part of her treatment. And if you talk about advancements in nuclear, actually last week I participated in a webinar where they were talking about advanced targeting for medical isotopes. So oftentimes when an individual goes through cancer, your body takes a toll. Just to put it bluntly. With the innovation that they've done with respect to medical research, now the doses can be applied more specifically to targeted areas, more specifically to the tumors or the cancer cells, versus impacting the entire body, which means your recovery time is a lot shorter. So these are the types of things that some of the general public may not be aware of. It's also good for mosquito population control. Who was aware of that? Was anyone in the room aware that nuclear technology is used to control the population of mosquitoes? Is that relevant? Yes. I mean, if you're talking about the diseases that are carried by mosquitoes and how they impact you, how they impact your family, this is life-saving technology. And it's not something in the future, it's occurring now. So again, there are more examples like this in nuclear. So we need to make sure that we're including all of the story when we're having these dialogues. And the last one on the list, economic viability. Because it brings new businesses, business opportunities at the nuclear power plant and to the surrounding community, there's freedom that comes with that economic viability and independence. Now, when you're having these public engagements opportunities, they're going to take all types of formats. Our MC is a journalist, so he has led and hosted many one-on-one conversations as well as public forums. Want to talk about a subject matter expert? Here's one right here on how to engage your stakeholders in discussions like this. And there are others in the room. But I would recommend working in the format that you're most comfortable with. I'm okay with public speaking, minorly, modestly. Some people are prolific writers, so it's easier for them to write a blog article or send a response to an article that's already online versus standing in front of a group of people and delivering a speech or answering questions. So find whatever you're most comfortable doing, and you'll be more successful in doing that. And again, you're not doing this on your own. You'll have partners along with you on this marathon of a race. So if one of your friends or colleagues is more comfortable doing public speaking, tag team. Again, you don't have to do this on your own. So if social media, TikToking or Instagram about nuclear is your your avenue. I mean, I do not have a TikTok account. I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that. I'm on Facebook, but that's about as far as I'll go. But there are, at different stages, you're more comfortable with different mediums to communicate your message. So again, work with what you're comfortable with. Oh, did I skip one? Oh, interviews, webinars, and podcasts. Vendor meetings. Show up for the vendor meetings. That is so important to do because they're there to answer whatever questions you have about the technology that they're offering to you. And they're busy. They're really busy trying to make things happen in multiple points across the globe. So for the vendors to take time, or even the regulators to come and answer questions and engage in the public, when those opportunities are afforded you, take advantage of that. Because these are the subject matter experts that can truly answer your questions. These are the stakeholders that want to see this succeed. And to have them in a space in one room at one time, that's essentially a gold mine. So, next activity. Which of these is most important to you? I'll advance it. As a stakeholder or engaging other stakeholders, what's most important to you? Building trust? Demonstrating accountability? I think someone in the crowd mentioned that this morning, accountability. Exhibiting open communication. Commissioner Wright touched on that. Or practicing early consultation or conversation. Information isn't really useful if it's yesterday's news, if I'm trying to make a decision on today. So which of these is most important? It seems like building trust and credibility is hard to do. It's winning, but it is hard to do. I mean, everyone in this room, I imagine, has had someone in their life that has broken their trust. How hard is it for them to regain it? It's extremely difficult. I mean, how can if you told me something before and it wasn't exactly true or right, how can I rely on you to take my best interests at heart and communicate the truth to me this time? So that is why it is so critical to spend the time to build those relationships over time. And if you don't know the answer to a question, be honest about it. There's probably somebody else in the community that can answer that question on your behalf. But once you've taken the time to build that trust and that credibility amongst your peers and colleagues and amongst the community, you don't want to lose that. It'll take a long time to build it back. Okay. So strengthening communications among key organizations, many of which are in the room today. Let me see. We're going to talk in this section about a couple of things. We're going to talk about something that I think most of you may be aware of, and that's misinformation and disinformation. And then we're going to close in with the relationship building with key organizations, and I'm going to have my colleague, unless the schedule has changed, Mr. Bassett Bouyuka, come and talk. But first of all, we'll touch on misinformation and disinformation. 4 years ago, in the United States, there was an election. And as a result of the election, there was a lot of information being pumped into the media, social media, television, any form or venue that you could find information, it was being pumped. The problem is the information wasn't always true. The information wasn't always reliable. It wasn't always sourced, meaning I have this article on what seems to be a reputable website, but I can't tell who wrote this. I can't tell if the person that wrote this article really knows what they're talking about. And I have no way of tracing to see whether or not they've used any credible references or if they just got their information off the back of a cereal box. How do you know what's real? How do you know what is true information? How do you know what's reliable information? Especially when the majority has a loud voice and they're not telling you things that are correct. Just because a voice is louder doesn't mean that it's always right. So when you're encountering misinformation and disinformation, there is a subtle difference between the two. The main difference between the two is intent. Misinformation is basically just information that's wrong or misleading. It just happens to be incorrect. Whereas disinformation, it's intentionally designed to create confusion and chaos. They know the message is not true. They're just putting it out there anyway, which makes it very difficult for a stakeholder to make the right decision at the right time. There are other types of misinformation and disinformation, like PSYOPs, which is psychology operations, where they use a message to manipulate you to believe a certain thing or a certain way or accept a certain position. Propaganda, information that's only giving one part of the story or part of the argument. All of these are different types of, different categories of the information that you'll be sifting through as you're trying to craft a message for the right stakeholders. Okay, so when you're looking at misinformation or disinformation, you're trying to figure out which is it. Did they just not have enough information, or are they intentionally trying to confuse me with the information that they're sharing? Types of content is one way that you can make a difference or try to tell the difference between the two. Motivation, if you are able to clearly identify who the author of the article or who the newscaster is, if you happen to know their underlying motivations, like do they have a particular political affiliation? Do they have a particular familial relationship that is causing them to deliver a message in some way? Or are they just really passionate about nuclear because they have a family member that has suffered from a disease that was healed from nuclear technology and they want to share that message? There's always a reason why a person is sharing a message. So to help you understand whether it's misinformation or disinformation, it helps to know their motivation. And then dissemination. How is that message getting to you? Is it word of mouth? Is it two friends talking? Is it two business colleagues talking? Is it a journal article? Is it a webinar that you've attended? Is it social media, or was it a public meeting that you attended? There are many ways that you can encounter misinformation and disinformation. And here's just another example of the different types that you can encounter. False connection, which is basically when they're trying. The best way that I can describe that is if you're reading an article online and you click on the heading, or you see a whole bunch of headings and that you have this heading that is an attention grabber, and you click on it and you open the article and it has nothing to do with what the title of the article was. That's one type of misinformation. It's misdirecting you. They caught your attention with the title of the article and then they sent you off in a different direction. Fabricated content. That's just something that's just made up. There's really no other way to put it. There's no accuracy in the content. There's no truth. There are no sources that you can reference to determine and confirm its validity. It's just made up. So some of the ways that you can spot fake news or misinformation or even disinformation is, again, to question the intent. Why are they crafting this message in this way? What is their objective in sharing this message? Who is the target audience? Is it the general public? Is it regulators because they know they're about to make an important decision? Is it the tactics that they're using? Are they manipulating you in the message, in the specific words that they're using in their communications? Or is it because of the impact, the potential economic impact of the decision that these stakeholders are making? All of those things play into how you can determine what is misinformation and what is disinformation. So how does it impact our work? When you have misinformation, I guess the better question is, what happens if you do nothing? What happens if you encounter some information or misinformation that you know, based on your encounters with others or your education, that the information is just simply not true? What happens if you don't respond to it? You just let it float out there in cyberspace. Are there any consequences? Is there any impact, really, by not addressing or dealing with the message that you know to be untrue? There are public safety concerns. There are public acceptance concerns. If you didn't address the misinformation and the disinformation in the beginning, how do I know that if a similar incident or accident occurs, that you'll respond in a timely manner? Economic prosperity and global influence. Believe it or not everybody wants you to advance in nuclear energy and nuclear technology because they know that it gives you better positioning globally. It gives you a louder voice at the table. And as someone once said to me, I think it was at a seminar a couple of weeks ago, if you're not seated at the table, you're most likely on the menu. Okay? So if you don't address the misinformation and disinformation, it has the potential to upset the economic advantage that you could gain by welcoming this technology, by welcoming these new opportunities. So to do nothing, you are actually doing something. So the impact of false information in the internet. So who in here has a Facebook account? Okay, Facebook, WhatsApp. Who uses WhatsApp? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, can you just imagine for a moment how many WhatsApp messages or how many Facebook posts occur in a single day globally? Globally. Talk about getting a message out. Social media has kind of taken us all by storm. We're all scrambling with the best way to respond quickly to the information as quickly as it's being put out. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge. Just as soon as you respond to an article, somebody else has already responded. So it's difficult to keep up. But at some point, you need to be able to switch from defense to offense. You need to have your messages crafted and ready to go because you know the misinformation or disinformation is coming. That should not be a surprise to you. You're endeavoring to do something great. There are entities, organizations that may not particularly be on board, maybe some of your competitors, but at the end of the day, you have the responsibility for knowing the information and responding in a timely manner. And if you're not the best athlete, if you're not the best person to respond to that, there's someone in your circle that can. Some of the common harms from online misinformation, as listed here, fabrication and dissemination of false information. It can be harmful to individuals, social groups, organizations, or countries. Abuse and harassment of individuals that are trying to spread the right message. All of these things could potentially happen, especially if you don't address the issues as they arise. So how can you counter the misinformation and disinformation as it's released? Well, one way is to plan for it. You know it's coming. You can identify the people right now that will speak on your behalf in certain areas. Like if you have a technical expert in the fuel cycle, for example, maybe that individual is the best person to respond to the regulator with questions regarding a new technology. But that subject matter expert is not the best person to talk to my sister. That conversation would go, he would lose her. Not because of an intelligence difference, but she doesn't know that person. She doesn't know that they care. So in that scenario, I am the best person to communicate whether something is true or something is untrue with respect to the nuclear industry. And I may not be able to answer all of my sister's questions, but she trusts me. We've built that relationship. So she knows that even if I don't have the answer, because it is we have that established relationship, I'm going to do whatever I can to get the right answer to her. Credible sources or credible resources. There are so many agencies that are currently in existence and have been recently formed that are creating platforms to give voices to those who are subject matter experts or really passionate about nuclear energy and its potential for Africa as a continent and the individual nations. So to already have those individuals and resources identified so that you can respond in a timely manner, that's one of the things that you can do now. You can do that today. Also, you can create consistent, repeatable processes so that, let's say there's an article that's out on medical isotopes. You've already identified your subject matter expert in that area. They can respond to those questions. There can be a database that you create on the types of questions that you are already prepared for, so that you don't have to think in the moment about what the appropriate response is. Train for it. Rapid response exercises. I know at the nuclear power plants, they train for emergency situations. You can do the same thing. You can have public forums that are not exactly public, where you practice your responses and engagements, because you're going to encounter some individuals that aren't necessarily going to support your position. So you need to at least put yourself in those environments, in those situations where you can respond in a way that's well received. Even if they don't like your message, they will respect you for having it. In addition to training for it and planning for it, don't lose your voice. By not saying something, you're giving the opportunity for someone else to speak on your behalf. So don't lose your voice. Don't let someone else speak up for you, particularly if you're part of the younger generation and you think, oh, well, I do know the answer to this question, but there are a lot more seasoned individuals in the room. Your perspective is valuable. Your perspective is needed. Your responses are needed. And there are senior people, seasoned people, that are all too happy, another race analogy, to pass the baton to the next generation of nuclear leaders. Building and strengthening your networks. Again, you can't do this alone. You're going to have a strong network in order to respond to all of the questions from your stakeholders, whether internal or external. So you have to start that now. This summit is an excellent place to do that. And then finally, use your resources. We have representatives here from the IAEA that have had the opportunity to speak, other government agencies and non-government organizations, fact-checking tools. One of the ones that I typically use is Snopes. Whenever somebody sends me an email and I'm not really sure if it's accurate or true, I can put the content of the information into a website called Snopes, and it'll tell me whether the information is true or not. All of these types of resources available to you, professional societies, fact-checking tools. You can use these resources today. And if you want to, my discussion here on stakeholder engagement is pretty high level. But if you're ready to take the next step, the next stride in this journey, in this race, there are resources that are currently available to you. I've listed a couple of them here. There are a lot more, and if you want to know the list of a few more of them, I can provide them outside of this presentation. But some people have already walked this path. They already have identified the key points and informations and strategies that you can begin to implement and tailor to your specific country and needs. So in summary, how to counteract misinformation and disinformation, you need to understand the different types of content that you're going to be delivering, understanding the objectives of the creators of misinformation and disinformation. What is their true motivation for providing this information to you? Also, being understanding of the impact of doing something or doing nothing can have when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. what type of response you're going to need to prepare. You need to know your audience. You need to know the processes and have messages prepared that you are able to respond consistently and credibly to any questions that come your way. And again, know the resources that are available to you. So that concludes my presentation. I will say one thing. What my manager that I talked about earlier, that we only had 2 weeks or meetings every 2 weeks, there was something on his wall, a quote from former President Theodore Roosevelt that he delivered in 1910. I believe this poem or speech is called The Citizen in the Republic. It's also referred to as the man in the arena. And it basically talks about an individual that steps into a ring and has made a decision to do something daunting, something extraordinary, something incredible. And the fight to do that, how there are naysayers around him that aren't particularly interested in him succeeding, but how he presses on despite that because he knows what can be achieved. Africa is in that position right now. As I said before, you're making increasing strides into deciding what's best for your future. And there will be people that aren't particularly interested in you succeeding. But everyone in this room is. They're committed to seeing a brighter, stronger future for this continent. You have the resources available to you. So take advantage of that and never lose your voice. Never let someone speak on your behalf that doesn't have your best interests at heart. So with that, I will conclude my message. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The chocolates are available for you, Delia? Yeah, you forgot that. In fact, I probably should be giving you 2 because you finished in good time. But thank you so much. Yeah, and it's also possible because I gave her the handheld microphone, so she felt free. So we're going to come to the interactive, the Kenyan perspective, and we're going to take that from Mr. Bassett Buyaka in a bit. Before then, though, we are just going to have to shift a few things around. We're supposed to have some welcome remarks from Nupia, and we're going to do that now. So I would want to invite Mr. Justice Wobuyabo from Nupia, the Chief Executive Officer of Nupia, to come give us some welcome remarks. I believe this time I got the name right. Okay. All right, we'll take, let's go to the Kenyan perspective, and then we'll come and take the welcome remarks from Nupia. So, Mr. Bassett Buyaka, a round of applause, please.
Come on, you can do it better than that. Well, we like lots of energy in this country. And
the name Buyaka reminds me, is that a song or something?
Yeah, Buyaka, Buyaka.
Buyaka. So you bring the energy to the room.
Yeah, absolutely. So, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. And I know there's a very heavy dose of Ghanaians here, so Akwaba, Nairobi. To all those Ghanaians here. So we have heard from Delia. She's given a very good global perspective. Welcome to Kenya, those who are coming here for the first time. It will also be remiss of me just to mention, I think we have some of our legislators in the House. I know Senator Mugatana is here from Tana River, so we just acknowledge him. I don't know whether there are others, members of the National Assembly or Senate in the House at the moment, but I think they'll be notified when they are. And by the way, he comes from the land of the crocodiles in Kenya. We eat crocodile in Kenya, and he's the main guy He's got all the farms for crocodiles in Kenya, so see him later for that. I want to give a Kenyan perspective to all this, just to touch it up. I think we've had a very good understanding, and Delia's done very well. She's actually broken down all the key issues we have in stakeholder engagement, and this is recurring and it's worldwide. So what you will see from Kenya really mirrors what happens internationally, and we say that we learn from best practice, and we learn from what others do well, and we try to do what we do well. So Delia, where are you pointing this to? Got it first time. I must be a good marksman, eh? If I do a shot. Anyway, I am a good marksman as well. So we want to start. I just want us to start by, I know you all had very good lunch. I don't want anyone dozing. Okay? We all had good lunch, yes? Everyone enjoyed their lunch? So I want that energy now, and we're just gonna sing this little song, and if there's nothing else you can do, you can just clap. Okay? You can clap to everything, but you can also attempt to sing. And so it's just gonna be a minute or so. I want us to do it, and to do it together. Are we together? You can see it? Especially on that side, because I'm standing. Okay, I'll get off there when you can see. So it's very simple. We're saying we're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy all around Africa. Okay? And when you get down there, you say what? Tap, 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 we do what? Pa, 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 pa. Are we together? Okay, can we? Shall we? Do we start? Everyone ready? Okay. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy all around Africa. Industries will grow and brighter cities. More jobs, less jobs. Oh la la, shining future. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy all around Africa. Hussein's here, Kenya's ready. And everybody say, we're gonna have all around Africa. Tap, 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 those are megawatts, tap, tap, tap. Lots of megawatts from nuclear energy. Okay. Okay, so she's an extortionist. So she says for one more chocolate, we do it again. Now you got in the drift of it. So we can do it together? Okay, let's go. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy all around Africa. Industries will grow. More jobs. Oh la la, shining futures. We're gonna have all around Africa. Yeah, you guys around here. Okay, let's go. Hussein's here. And everybody say, nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy. We're gonna have nuclear energy all around Africa. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Lots of megawatts from nuclear energy. Okay, thank you. So, we have our special guests arriving now, and so we need to usher them in now. You don't know how to usher in Kenyan style, do you? You know only Akwaba, you know that style. So we need to usher in our guests, Kenyan style. So I think
we'll usher them in, but I was actually thinking that you were going to add booyaka, booyaka to your song.
We could do that, boy, booyaka, booyaka. It goes very well as well. So, Alicia, are we ready? Oh, come on. What happened this side? This whole section right here. Yeah. Uh-huh. We try again? One more time? Okay, on my cue. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have all around Africa industries and brighter. Oh la la, shining futures. Nuclear energy. Nuclear energy. Nuclear energy. Who sends here? And everybody say. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, from nuclear energy. And he says that, booyaka, booyaka. Okay, I think we're ready for that session, the formal session. As soon as they are in. Somebody give us a sign. Huh? 4 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay. So I think we can then proceed briefly? Or what do you do?
is environmentally sensitive and inclusive. Now, I would also want to take this opportunity to introduce the board members of NUPEA that are with us in the room today. So, can you rise so that I can see who is in the room? Okay, at this end we have Professor Henry Rono, one of the directors in NUPEA. Just wave to her. Then next we have Elizabeth Lenjo, also one of the directors in NUPEA. Then we have next to him Edwin Munene. And also in the room we have Arthur Koteng at the other end. And last but not least, we also have our CEO, Justus Wabuyabu. And finally, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, to come and address the gathering. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me apologize most profusely. I would have wanted to be here by 9 a.m. this morning, but due to last-minute plan from the presidency for me to attend a meeting at State House, a meeting that was meant to unveil the candidature of our Kenyan candidate for the African Union Commission chairmanship. I had to be there, and that's why I've come late. And secondly, let me also bring to you the best wishes from the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who again, because he's hosting a number of presidents and heads of government from the East African region over the African Union Commission chairmanship issue, is unable to be with us here today. But let me proceed to make a few remarks, if you allow me. And I want to start by saying that I am indeed very delighted to join you this afternoon for what I would call opening ceremony, even though I know you've been on since morning, of the U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit 2024. I would like to warmly welcome the delegates drawn from countries as diverse as the USA, I believe South Africa, Ghana, Uganda, Nigeria, France, Botswana, Cameroon, Tanzania, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Morocco, Austria, Somalia, Benin, Namibia, Mauritius, and among others. The convergence of such a rich mix of countries provides an excellent platform for benchmarking, exchanging experiences, and shared learning of the concepts, trends, challenges, and opportunities in the field of nuclear energy, in preparing the continent industries for the nuclear power. The U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit of 2024 is a pivotal event, if you agree with me, that underscores the significance of nuclear energy in our continent's journey towards sustainable development and energy security. The theme of this summit, that is industry readiness, aptly captures the critical phase we are entering in our journey towards embracing nuclear energy, especially in this part of the world. I want to extend my gratitude. First and foremost, you know, I am barely 2.5 weeks in office. But I must hasten to extend my gratitude to the President of the Republic of Kenya, our local and international partners, including the U.S. Department of Energy, Regional Clean Energy Training Center, and the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, NUPEA, for their unwavering commitment to planning a holistic summit that provides a platform for networking, interactive sessions, and hands-on workshops for the participants. This summit has got the fullest blessings and support of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is a critical component to guarantee economic development. This entails the availability and accessibility to energy at an affordable cost. The government of the Republic of Kenya has identified access to clean, environmentally friendly, competitively priced, reliable, quality, safe, and sustainable energy as one of the key enablers of achieving the Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Kenya's energy generation capacity remains fairly low, and this challenge remains alive given the rising population and the accelerated socioeconomic development. Maintaining energy security, affordability, and reliability is an urgent priority for the country, as it is indeed for the entire African continent. Through our national least cost power development plan, which we shall be referring to from time to time in the course of this summit and thereafter, Kenya aims to introduce nuclear technology to complement the already existing green components in the energy mix. Those of you who are in Kenya remember when I was taken through the approval hearings in Parliament before my formal appointment. I made a commitment to fast-track the development of nuclear energy. That commitment still stands. Indeed, it's getting more and more strengthened as we move along. So nuclear energy is an indispensable tool for achieving the global sustainable development agenda. And nuclear power has long stood as a beacon of promise in this regard, that is, offering clean, reliable, and continuous energy generation. It has a key role to play in decarbonizing the energy sector, but also supports the attainment of all sustainable development goals, including, but not limited to, elimination of poverty, zero hunger, clean water, affordable energy, economic growth, and industry innovation. As we look to the bright future powered by nuclear energy in 2034, because that is the timeline for our first nuclear energy generation to take off. International cooperation is indispensable. Kenya is committed to working with global partners to ensure that the country adheres to the highest standards of safety and industry readiness. By fostering bilateral and multilateral partnerships, we aim to benefit from global best practices and technological innovations, ensuring a smooth and secure transition to nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to emphasize that peaceful application of nuclear science and technology will be a game changer in the socio-economic development of the African continent and indeed the entire globe. I look forward to this summit being a stepping stone towards a brighter and greener energy landscape for all of humanity. This summit represents a significant step in our collective efforts to build a robust and sustainable energy future for Kenya and the continent. Let us continue to collaborate, to innovate, and to prepare, ensuring that we are ready to harness the full potential of nuclear energy in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks this afternoon, I take this opportunity to assure the participants, and indeed the world, of Kenya's commitment towards successful implementation of nuclear power plants. The Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, through the government of Kenya, will also continue to facilitate bilateral and multilateral nuclear power program partnerships. I invite participants to take advantage of their time in Kenya and visit some of our world-renowned tourist attractions that are scattered all over. Spare some time and travel to the Masai Mara, the famed Masai Mara, and witness the breathtaking spectacle, which I understand is the 8th wonder of the modern world. That is the wild beast migration. So thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Honorable Wandai, please, before you go, before you take your seat, please come forward. So I'm from Ghana, and as the MC, I've been giving out chocolates. I've been trying to reach every Kenyan with the chocolate I brought from Ghana, but I'm unable to reach all of them. And since you're the highest ranking Kenyan government official, I'm going to hand over all the chocolate for Kenyans to you. Thank you too. Okay, so I'm now going to cede the floor and to Delia and Bassett to continue with the Q&A for this session. So please, yeah. A round of applause to them too, as they come in.
Okay, thank you. Akwaba, you have cocoa, but it's processed in Europe. That's what you're not telling people.
This one is actually from Ghana, processed in Ghana.
Anyway, so as the Cabinet Secretary exits to his other exigencies, I think we'll continue with our program. We've realized there are 20 very good singers and 50 other who mime, and another 50 who just observe. So I think we can do it one last time, because I noticed, for the benefit of those who are not there, and then I very quickly will go through, and then we'll take your Q&A with Delia. So for those who've rehearsed and have done this, can we do it now? Okay? 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have all around Africa industries and brighter, more jobs, ooh la la, shining future, nuclear energy, nuclear energy, nuclear energy. Hussein's here, and everybody say, we're going to have nuclear energy. We're going to have all around Africa. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. From nuclear energy. Okay. let's get on with it. Delia talked about, you want the buyaka. Okay, so Delia talked about the broader issues in stakeholder engagement, and this too just goes to the same. Some of the key issues we communicate, of course, the benefits, the risks, commitments, obligations. We talked about issues to do with waste, the kind of fears people have. Why nuclear at all? People want to know why in my backyard and there's a NIMBY not in my backyard. We got a whole siting process. Why are you locating it where we are? And those are some of the issues that, of course, do come up. We talked about INIR, and I think Engineer Eric alluded to it in the morning. And we had an INIR mission here, the first INIR mission that was done for Kenya for phase 1 of the nuclear power program. And actually, it was cited as a best practice. We were able to do in terms of stakeholder engagement at that time. So a public opinion survey to identify main interests and concerns of stakeholders, and then we're able to sensitize the policymakers, train journalists, and roll out of public education and initiatives of that sort. And that was very critical to what the agency wanted to achieve at the time. You seem to have put the gremlins in now. So public education and awareness, of course, to increase understanding and acceptance. And we've been emphasizing all afternoon transparent communication and information dissemination. And I think earlier we talked about the difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation could be ignorance. Disinformation is very deliberate. And we have agents of disinformation as well, a lot in this kind of endeavors. We talked about community engagement. So very key. We had the deputy governor of Kilifi County here, one of the potential sites in Kenya, and this just shows some of the kind of community engagements done to sensitize people on the why of nuclear energy and why in my neighborhood, what are the benefits, what are the risks. Very important. What are we going to do? The bugbear issue always, what are we going to do with nuclear waste? And William Magwood IV would answer that question better than most on the planet, having been in the USNRC and with his vast knowledge. But so very critical, and that's one of the issues that is addressed. So that's just show some of the community engagement. This further community engagement. I think you can see our CEO down there in sweltering heat, and this is just some of the engagements. As a principal secretary who works with the cabinet secretary who's been here not so long ago, and engaging county governments and giving back in terms of to the community as well, community through corporate social responsibility kind of initiatives. STEM outreach, very critical. I think in the morning there's a lady who asked, a young graduate engineer who was asking, so what happens? And I think the CEO did emphasize that the young Kenyans are the drivers of this project going forward. So we have a lot of STEM emphasis. We have what we call nuclear student ambassadors. We have mentorship programs for children, so we go to schools and they're able to become part of this. And there are debates we do, and we also entice them with essay competitions. So they do essay competitions for schools and even for universities as well, to be able to get people to be of mind in terms of what we can do in terms of nuclear energy development. Academic engagements, I've just talked about that. And so we do quite a number of this with universities as well and other such like institutions. This open days and kind of public information centers which you set up during kind of events that happen all over, equivalent of almost like roadshows and things like those. So we have exhibits, news models and other things that are able to reflect nuclear energy in various parts of the country. And then there is environmental conservation, a very key initiative. We're talking about nuclear being green energy. I think that's one of the things that popped up a lot. People saying that nuclear is green energy. But apart from green energy, we say that nuclear is clean energy. And so we want to emphasize that because some of the concerns people have are around biodiversity sites, marine environments and things like those. And so we emphasize we are part of the environment. Just a disclaimer, it is me driving the tractor there, and yes, I am driving it. It is moving. Yeah, so I think we'll move on to the next. Yeah, some of the challenges, there's a lot of nuclear phobia sometimes. Sometimes due to either the lack of information, sometimes due to the way people have always grown and developed. Let me give you an example. If a snake was to slither here, what would everyone do? Everyone would run for the door. Would somebody wait to find out, is that snake? And we have garden snakes, very common. But no one's going to ask because everyone was going to want to run away. But not all snakes are poisonous. Not all snakes are harmful. We still need snakes because we need the venom, okay? To extract that venom because it does some good things as well, okay? So, but what's the natural knee-jerk reaction? Run. So there's some people hear nuclear, what's the natural reaction? Danger. So those kind of things, the myths and misconceptions around it. Anti-nuclear lobby groups who sometimes do exactly what we were talking about, disinformation, okay? Propaganda, issues like that. The biases people have because of what they've seen, where they've grown. A whole generation that grew up doing nothing but Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know, and things like those, and that becomes the ancient myth. But with the demographics, and that's where you have to segment, because the younger people you engage with, the younger stakeholders, do understand these issues better than some of us who would fear. And then there's inertia, as I'm alluding to, from historical precedents, what people know from the past. And they have that inertia, and they don't want to get out of it, and that fear grows in them. So it's a whole panoply of issues. So some of the things we've seen and observed, information is key. Information is key. There's nothing to dispel disinformation and propaganda as just ensuring people have the information regularly and continuously. Political commitment as a country. I'm glad the previous speaker has just reaffirmed the government's commitment to nuclear energy less than 5 minutes ago, and gone away with 2 boxes of chocolate courtesy of so I hope you've left one for me and delay as well. Use of concrete evidence to showcase benefits, doing things that are concrete in nature. Engagement of the youth, okay? Tapping into the youth because they are very vocal voice. My friend from Ghana just mentioned Kenyans on Twitter. Now it's Kenyans on X, and the way they sorted him out once. Because he was doing things which are unmanly. But, you know, that is the Kenyans. And it's not only you they've taken on. They've taken on Uganda, they've taken on South Africa, they've taken on Nigeria, they take on anyone. And I think it's one of the most vibrant kind of social media group, and it's amorphous and it's everywhere. So who is Kenyans on X? It's you, me, and him, and everyone, you know? Because once you contribute, you give to that motion. So that's a very important, and then the networks can reach other youths and information is spread effectively. Delia says she's not on TikTok. Delia, I'm on TikTok, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on all those. I like to be everywhere for the simple reason that if you're not on the platform, then you're illiterate about it. So you need to know what's going on there. You don't have to post all this, you know, funky, but at least be able to reach out. We have a generation which we're now calling Generation Z, who mainly, you know, understand communication through those kind of platforms. So you have to know how to be able to engage those. We talked here about STEM engagements and how vital they are, and being able to build the workforce. I remember Engineer Ohaga, but he was a president of all the engineers in Kenya not so long ago, and then they decided he'd had enough of his term. And then, like most African presidents, he gracefully stepped down at the completion of that period. So that was good. But as he says, being able to develop the potential in people, exposing them, the master's courses in Korea and elsewhere, which have been very useful. And of course, very key, start with the willing, those who have some level of understanding that you can build on before you just move to everyone. So you have to do it in a systematic way. Start with those who are willing, who have some knowledge, who have some level of, and this can be the champions, ambassadors, who can be able to inspire others, and they become part of the voices that you can use. And then after that, you can focus on the hard-to-get stakeholders, creative solutions to enable them to reach out to them, being able to brand nuclear energy better. Now, one of the key aspects we're doing, this morning we were told about the Nuclear Society of Kenya, which is a brand new baby. And I don't know, David, you said you're the president or the chairman? You see, it's crazy. Everyone in Kenya wants to be a president of something. So on that row, incredibly, on that row, the third row there, we have 3 people calling themselves presidents. President of engineers, president of Women in Nuclear Kenya, and the president of Nuclear Society of Kenya. And somewhere in this room also is the president of the East Africa Association of Radiation Protection. I don't know where she is. Okay? So we have like 4 presidents, and then there is Kenya Young Generation in Nuclear. Where are they? Chesori was somewhere there, also a president. You know? So we got so many, we got so many of those, yes. Yeah, there you go. So something very interesting and enticing. But the more the voices, the better. So these partnerships are very useful. We have, I see my friend Nadir Hashim from Kenyatta University, where there's a whole setup to be able to get virtual learning from the center up north, you know. IE has done an incredible job there. And so there's that good interconnection there, and the students there are able to benefit from that. In fact, we did visit there with the Deputy Director General of the IAEA just a few months ago, and the wonderful reception, and the students were very engaged and very engaging. You know, you can be engaged but not engaging. So they were both engaged and very engaging, and that was very useful. So all these bodies I'm mentioning, plus others, we also work with them and through them to be able to send the message, because the more the voices, the better. We have our colleagues from the Kenya Nuclear Regulatory Authority. I know I've seen several of them here, and we also work with them very closely, because they are the regulatory body, and their voice also needs to be heard in these matters. But overall, what I would say is that stakeholder engagement is a continuous process. You never reach a point and say, now we got them in the bag, because stakeholders are not about bugging, they're about understanding continuously. And as things develop and evolve, that understanding still needs to be maintained. We've had ebbs and flows in that respect as a country, because we've seen periods of very high, and then when you decide on a potential site again, you have to try and build it up and those kind of things. But it's a good endeavor. It's a good journey, and I believe that the experiences of various African countries, when mirrored and shared, can help us have more vibrant, more robust engagements collectively. And Kenya is firmly on that track. And I've seen, because I've seen part of what Ghana does in some international, meetings and what, I've seen presentations, I've seen from other parts of the continent. So I have a fairly good appreciation that some of the issues we face are similar. The approaches to dealing with them sometimes people use different approaches, but it's very critical. And as you had said, Delia, very important to understand who the stakeholders are, to segment them, and to know that what each stakeholder segment requires, because the message is as important as the messenger. In fact, the messenger without a good message is just a guy with flip-flops who's coming along, So you need to have a good message to impart across, and then do it succinctly and clearly. Nuclear can have jargon, so you have to break down the technical issues and to make it palatable to a wide audience. And that's why you have to segment your audience, because if your audience is academia, it's different from a group of village elders, It's different from a group of fisher folk who may want to talk to understand how the marine environment could be affected by a nuclear power program, and et cetera, et cetera. So those are very useful things to consider in this regard. But with those many words, I think I rest my case on the Kenyan perspective, and I now defer back to Delia. I don't know what you want to do next. Remove a rabbit from the hat or something? Okay. So let's bring her back up with I don't know, are they clapping for me or for you or for both of us? Okay, let's do that then.
Thank you. So we'll begin the Q&A portion of the presentation. Wait, is this one? Hello? Okay. So, Mr. Boyuka, I just have to say, I'm not going to stick around to ask a snake whether it's poisonous or not. I'm probably going to be out the door, so I'll wait for the information to come to me later. Again, thank you for your time and your attentiveness. We're opening the floor to questions. I can give this mic back so that if there are additional people, that have questions, if you have questions, you're free to ask them now. Thank you. What? No questions?
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
I would like to take it. My name is Engineer Innocent Luoga. I'm the commissioner responsible for electricity and renewable energy from Tanzania. First, I would like to congratulate Delia and Buyoka for the good presentation. I have two comments. The first one is regarding the Kenya perspective on the nuclear. As it has been said that nuclear is danger, but I want to tell you that everything is danger. It depends on the use. Everything is danger. Think about the knife. Knife has got many uses, but only one misuse, we call it knife with danger. So we should take also nuclear is good. Danger depends on its uses. So on the Kenyan perspective, I would like to know or to get to tell us the feedback on the stakeholders' engagement since you have started this initiative, because we know that nuclear technology, it has been there for many years, but it is always been new. And you have shown or you have presented the initiative you've done to the stakeholders' engagement. Now, I would like to get feedback, the change of mindset from we started up to now. How do you see it? The second question goes to Madam Delea. As I said, that nuclear technology has been there for many years, but now it always looks like new. Now I'd like to get feedback or to know how the stakeholders' engagement could help on the local content participation. You know, in every project, community want to participate in those projects. So I would like to know in the nuclear technology perspective, what are the local content participation in this project? And also I would like to get experience from the nuclear energy project which have been implemented probably in US or in other countries. What are the corporate social responsibility projects which are related to nuclear energy, nuclear technology? Thank you.
So I guess I'll answer first. Speaking from experience, I mentioned earlier that I had the opportunity to work at a nuclear power plant while it was under construction for about 10 years. And during that 10-year period, I had an opportunity to witness how the utility engaged the public with respect to the progress on the project, with respect to nuclear energy, what it was going to do, how it was going to provide energy to homes that may not have had it in regions before. But one of the great things that I saw them do was invite the public on site, particularly the family members of the plant workers. Obviously, the plant workers understand nuclear better than most people because that's their job, that's their responsibility. But by bringing family members to the project, and they did all of the necessary security checks, et cetera, and they didn't go all the way inside of the nuclear power plant, but they got them close enough so that the family members could have an appreciation for what their brother, what their father, what their sister, what their cousin did on a daily basis. And that made it real, so that when their family member had subsequent conversations about nuclear or what they were doing, they felt like they could understand. They felt like they were part of the discussion. They didn't feel like it was something so foreign that they couldn't understand. And then you've created a network, a small network, because that family member that works at the nuclear power plant now has emissaries or ambassadors who are other family members that can talk to their friends about nuclear power and nuclear energy and its benefits. So that is just one way that I saw the utility trying to make an impact in the community by starting with their own employees, saying, hey, we appreciate the work that you're doing every day. Or, hey, university students, we know that you have a choice of where you can do your internships and cooperative opportunities. We appreciate you coming here to the nuclear power plant to learn about what we do and in the impact that we're making, not just in this community, but globally and nationally. So why don't we give you an opportunity to show your family what you do on a daily basis? So that kind of pulls them in and then creates more people that can spread a positive message about nuclear energy. One of the other unexpected examples that I saw in the United States about persuading people to have a different perspective, or at least listening to nuclear energy, was a film that came out several years called Pandora's Promise. And it was a film, a documentary that interviewed several individuals who were initially anti-nuclear, vocal anti-nuclear. And it showed, it took you through a short journey on how their mind was changed, how they became pro-nuclear after for so many years being anti-nuclear. And a lot of the reasons were personal. Not because, you know, it brings, well, yes, because it brings jobs, but there was a reason where they realized that their position on being anti-nuclear was no longer sustainable. The great thing about that movie is that it was not financed by any nuclear company or corporation or any government. It was an individual who wanted to make a film about people changing their minds. And honestly, they said it better than I ever could as a trained nuclear engineer. They were able to make a more persuasive argument than any of my technical discussions could make on why nuclear was beneficial, why it needed to be part of the discussion when you're talking about renewables. We're not trying to push solar out the door or push wind or push hydro out. We want to be part of the collective solution for clean energy. And so I really think the most impactful thing that we can do is just have those initial one-on-one conversations with family members and friends. And if we have companies that are pro-nuclear or organizations that are pro-nuclear that are willing to open their doors and show their facilities or have a public forum and put yourself in a position to hear those challenging questions, the ones that eventually have to be answered if you're going to move forward, I think those opportunities have the greatest impact.
Okay. Ndugu Tanzania, you know, they are just our southern neighbors, so they speak better Swahili than we do, or think so. I don't know whether they really do, but they say they do, but different kind of intonation. So yes, you're right. The notion that nuclear is dangerous is relative. Actually, there are more accidents in bathrooms than in nuclear power plants. Just in your bathroom in your house, if you're not careful, you slip and fall. I'm sure most people here have had a bathroom fall. Allah will not tell you, but yeah, it happens, bathroom and other parts even of the house, than it would happen in a nuclear plant. So you're very right with that. And in Kenya, we like to use the analogy of the borders, you know, the riders, where you have a pillion rider. We call that the pillion rider. They call borders. You may not know that. And the accidents from those are a lot more than you get from, you know, things like nuclear or other things. But people still ride those things with enthusiasm. Now, in terms of feedback, you asked about what feedback we get. A lot of feedback. In fact, even today, we're just getting feedback here. The student who said, hey, we want opportunities. You know, depending on who they are, they'll have the feedback they'll give you relative to what they're doing. Because like where we're looking at potential sites, the issues are about risk of radiation, about what you do with the nuclear waste, about are we going to be displaced from where we are living at the moment, and what would happen then? Would we have to be resettled elsewhere? What would happen to us then? What happens to our land? You know, issues like those. And of course, others would ask that, so will this lower the cost of electricity, and how does it do it, and in what span of time? There are those who look at it that way. Others would simply ask you, what's the cost of nuclear? Can we afford it as a country? And of course, critically, and this is everyone, what everyone would be asking is, what are the benefits? But that's the bottom line. What do we get out of it?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Engineer Kennedy Omondi. I work with Kenya Pipeline. Mine is more of a feedback to Mr. Bassett, and I can see Engineer Kohaga stepped out, is I think generally in this country I have an experience that I went through this week that I just wanted to share to just give you the gravity of the amount of work that you need to do. I think it was last week, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I think he was meeting a NUPIA team. And then I think one of the comments he made was that we're having a nuclear power plant by 2034. I found that news interesting, so I took it and posted in some WhatsApp group. It's a WhatsApp group of engineers. Electrical engineers are there, mechanical engineers are there, civil engineers are there for the company I work for, and there are many. The amount of pushback that I got was staggering, coming from engineers, now not the ordinary public that maybe because of academic training they may not understand completely what nuclear is about. These are engineers. And the pushback was mostly on three things. Number one is the issue of funding. And you know, in this country, the issue of public debt has really become a very big issue. And they were saying, whatever money that you have as a country, you would rather spend it on A, B, C, D, but not spend it on anything like nuclear investment. The second reason for the pushback was, you know, this country is endowed with a lot of geothermal resources. And so the idea was that we have enough sources of clean or renewable energy that you can use. And we need to develop those first. We don't need nuclear. And of course, the third item was safety. But what was staggering is that in that group of 50 plus engineers, not a single one was supporting the issue of nuclear. So I was looking at it in terms of these are engineers who have the academic training to be able to understand. Even the safety issue they're talking about, they can Google and they can read. But the pushback was that much. So how about the general public? And I was reminded of a story of the wind power that was to be done in Kinangop that failed. I think those of the people who have been around here can remember that case. Somebody was supposed to do generation from wind, but the project was vehemently opposed by locals. And if you look at talking about misinformation and disinformation, if you look at some of the things that the locals were being told, they were being told that when you see that turbine go around like this, it makes one full cycle. One member of the community is dead. So you can imagine if it keeps going like that in your community, after some time the whole community will be disseminated. And the locals believed it, and they opposed the project, and the project failed. So I just wanted to give you that, especially for Nupia and Eric, who was here, who has led engineers, he recently stepped down as president of IEK. Even before you go to the communities, there are people here who the community expect them to understand what nuclear is, and they are the people who are the number one opposers. So you have a lot of work to do. Don't take anything for granted. Especially, I was looking at the medium-term plan for Ministry of Petroleum, I think 2023-2027, and they were talking of, I think, 4 possible sites have been identified. I think you need to camp in those areas if you need this thing to be a reality. Otherwise, the communities will be up in arms, judging from the feedback that I got this week. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you are giving us observations, but that's very good feedback as well. And one thing, you should go back to that group. You're now ambassador. I've recruited you. Go there and tell them we are doing this as part of an energy mix. We're not doing it to compete with geothermal or solar or wind. Nuclear is supposed to complement geothermal and other sources. So let's start there. Let's start the conversation there. If these are all engineers within Pipeline, is it? Yeah, we can even have an engagement with them now as engineers in Pipeline, and we can organize that with the president, your former president of engineers, and we give them that talk because they are critical and they should not be Yumba-yumbering. Yeah? Yumba-yumbering is a Swahili or slang word for weathering. Yeah, not clear, not clear on their direction. They should be.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Jack Edlow from the United States. I am a president, sir, of a transportation company. We transport radioactive cargo around the world. You made an excellent presentation, and I wanted to add one additional item. You were talking about phobias and snakes, okay? I have a phobia of snake. A phobia is an irrational fear. There is fear and there's irrational fear. So if the snake comes into the room, who fears it? Who phobias? Who has a phobia? I have a phobia. It's irrational. And the relationship to nuclear power is that when you talk to the public, some people fear and some people have phobia. You can address fear. I'm not sure an industry can address phobias of people because it's irrational and you can't really get to that level as an industry. But it's very important to recognize the difference and be able to respect people when they have a phobia, but deal with people when they have the fear. You also made a very excellent point, I think, and I wanted to stress this for the audience because I've been involved in this. Transportation, we relate to the public all the time. We always have public issues. When you speak to an interest group, whether it be reporters, whether it be women, whether it be the youth, they get their information in different ways. And they respect opinion leaders in different ways. And so you have to have the people who are speaking to the interest groups listening to people who they respect and who they can relate to. That is, it's very difficult for me to go to an extremely young audience and speak to them now because they look at me as an old, gray-haired guy who's been in the business too long. So you're right that it has to be segmented, but the people giving information have to be relatable by those receiving the information. And I ask everybody, and it's an open question for you, whose opinion do you trust? Whose opinion do you trust? Who could come and speak to you and you would accept their opinion, whether it's nuclear power, whether it's vaccines, whether it's any other issue? Who do you trust? And that's why, at least in the US, the nuclear industry has not been successful in relating to the public in many places because we bring the scientists or the engineers who people don't particularly relate to. So just a few comments. Excellent presentation, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Mbazo Jeremiah here from Nigeria. It was a very good nuclear song. The one that stuck the most is the tap, tap, tap. So hopefully I keep tapping some megawatts going forward. All right, so I sincerely appreciate the time and the effort by the resource persons to giving us a very good presentation here. So I have a few questions, comments, and contributions. I don't know, has anyone here watched the Atomic Africa documentary or movie? Anybody? None? Oh, and we are in Africa. Nobody. Okay, I'll give you a suggestion. Go do a search on YouTube, Atomic Africa, or just check AfriNuke Podcast YouTube page. We streamed it, I think, last week. You can get a view of kind of summary feeling of how some African governments feel about nuclear that has been documented in that movie. So I just want to point it out so that people can get a view of how it is. And then I made an observation in this meeting. There is no hashtag. And we just finished the youth protest where the hashtag was what carried it along. So what's the hashtag for this meeting? None. Why? Okay, so I want to suggest one. Hashtag USNES 2024 Kenya. Adopted? No? Yes? Are we taking that? Yes. All right. Reference to Dr. Bukiat, sorry, correct me.
Buyuka.
Thank you. You made a very good outing, sensitizing the public. In addition to Professor Shaukat talking about his experience with his people in Kilifi County, I wonder, because if this keeps going on and we just keep talking about it, you know, we have a unique characteristics in Africa where we have just verbal ways of documenting things. We don't, we find it hard to like put it down in writing and then have a way of referring to it somehow or more easily. So people just transmit knowledge by verbal communication. So you are doing a very good job, but I would like to know, how are you trying to maybe have a kind of report? You know, when we want to sense how people feel about nuclear, like in a place like US, we go to a place like the Gallup poll, where they post people's feelings about nuclear and all that. So I wonder if maybe locally you have a way of maybe having the graphs that reflect how people responded to your stakeholders meeting. I'm particularly very concerned about this because stakeholders engagement is one of the key areas that continues from the beginning to the end. I spent almost a decade in South Korea, living in a place where they call the nuclear mecca, right? More than 10 nuclear power plants in that place. And there is something that always happens once in a while. The locals come and protest, and they get money and they keep quiet. Come back, protest, they give them money, they keep quiet. So in Africa, is this what we expect to be doing? You know, so what are the things we are arranging for ourselves, because we are unique in our own way? What are the things we need to put in place to get these things in the right form, so that when we have these things running, we'll be able to say, okay, we've been able to settle this, and we can make reference to them anytime we need them. The gender demographics, I was talking with the CEO, Mr. Wabuyabo, on the AfriNuke podcast, and he made a very good contribution or statement about including the female folks in the sensitization. So I hope that that will continue, so that they will feel included, and we will set the pace going forward. I don't know if you can filter out some questions from this and give a proper address. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oga. Oga, thank you very much. You've made statements and you've made questions as well. Yeah, I think everyone should try and Google Atomic Africa, watch what he's talking about, get to understand, because it's important. With the hashtag, I think Alicia and team have taken that on. I'm sure they'll put it to good use. In terms of how we report or track, because that's effectively what you're asking. How do you see what people have, what the position is, and use that to be able to plan ahead and also to report and document. We've had national opinion polls. We've done 2 in Kenya. We plan to do another one this year. And then in terms of the potential host communities for nuclear power plants, we want now to do a baseline for them also in this financial year, to understand what their perceptions are and then move on from there. So we use that to track. So we got all those kind of graphs that show the movement over time from when we started the baseline to the second national survey to the third one that we plan to do this financial year. Thank you.
I'm Altrin Obiero from Kenya. Thank you so much for organizing this. I want to appreciate what our US counterpart has said, though he has left the room, regarding many a times we have that stakeholder approach, but sometimes we lack mechanisms, or we have inadequate mechanisms to bridge the policy, nuclear security, and emerging tech. And that is often overlooked. So I like the question he raised, like, how do we get that across? Madam Delaire, your presentation brought out the issue of stakeholders to engage. I like that it talked about the unified approach. However, given the evolving threat landscape that we're having, and especially with emerging tech on AI, and I'm talking about this because your presentation talked about disinformation, and right now AI is on the front line of carrying out those disinformation attacks. So what has been your experience in strengthening the cross-sector collaboration and to counter tech, aside from having your cyber armies? Like what have your stakeholders decided to bring on board so that they can counter AI attacks, AI-generated attacks? Because those ones spread really fast and it becomes a bushfire to put out. Thank you.
That's an excellent question. Thank you. You're absolutely right. It is very difficult to try to put out a bushfire because when you put water on it or try to put it out, it seems like it grows bigger. We're all struggling with the approach with respect to cyber attacks and cybersecurity issues. The nuclear industry has cautiously moved forward with that. I'm at the national lab, so I'm not at a nuclear power plant anymore. But at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, we have different groups that are actually patterning AI attacks and hoping to develop strategy so that we can move, as I said earlier, from a defensive position to an offensive position. Trying to think of what else. It's a good question because we don't always have all of the answers to that one. But what we did do at the end of the disinformation seminar that we gave a few weeks ago was just provide like a website that provided resources. I think it was in one of the slides, and I can talk with you afterwards. But there are already websites that have bots that can filter through information to determine whether there's a credible source attached to it or if it's fabricated information. So we're taking advantage of some of those outsourced technologies that are available to the public. But I know that at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, there are technological developments and innovation ongoing to try to have a more consistent response to the cyber attacks that we're experiencing. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. My name is...
Please.
Okay, so probably for you coming with your question, I want to share the experience from Ghana when it comes to how we're engaging stakeholders. So we, for a while now, have been speaking to journalists or having training sessions for journalists. So we bring selected media and we take them through workshops. And this has been going on for a few years. What we have seen happening, so what we do is we give them all the information that they need so that they can disseminate that information to the rest of the general public. And this is something you're doing before a bushfire starts. So once they're already engaged and they know and they're speaking to the people and letting the people know about nuclear energy, once the people also begin to accept it, then it's difficult, or even if there's an attempt to misinform or disinform them, they have some prior knowledge. Now, another thing that we did was to highlight the benefits of nuclear energy, or nuclear in general. So we're talking about especially the commercial benefits or the economic benefits. I think we've done such a good job that there are communities that are actually scrambling to have the nuclear plant located in their communities. Again, because the chiefs have also been engaged and opinion leaders, and they've come to appreciate that if I have a nuclear plant in my community, first they've come to be convinced that, well, nuclear is not what has been portrayed, to be that it's dangerous and all. So once they've come to accept that, then they're looking out for the benefits, that it's better to have it in my community, because when a nuclear plant comes to my community, even in the construction phase, jobs are going to be created. There are people around, food vendors, who would get business. So they've come to appreciate that, and so they're actually clamoring for these, the plants to be brought to their communities. That's why for some other communities here in Kenya, people are not so keen about having nuclear in their backyard. But it's important that the people are made to understand. So we have to give them the message. And as has been said by several of the speakers, it shouldn't so much be about the scientists or the technocrats speaking to the people. You can find some journalists, and in fact, you can have a call, a media call, that you're going to be engaging all the time. So such that for this session that we're having, we're going to have some journalists who are coming in to sit through the entire session so that they can go back and educate the public. One other thing we're beginning to realize that we need to do back in Ghana is the use of social media influencers, because they're also very key these days. That's where a lot of people are getting their information. So if we can get them on board as well, it would greatly help. So these are the ways we have, we're dealing with it, misinformation, disinformation back in Ghana. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you very much. I think maybe one of the questions I wanted to ask is addressed the issue of social media. And I wanted to ask Mr. Buyambo.
Mr. who?
Buyaka.
Buyuka, yes. Sorry. For the time NUPEA has existed, I have never seen their active dissemination of information to the public through, for example, in Kenya, many people access TVs, radio, and social media. I have not seen that activeness. And also, the information that you have been disseminating, why have you not been making the progress public? Number two, I saw the presentation by the first presenter, and there was some kind of chart or graph that grabbed my attention. That is the power versus interest of stakeholders in maybe projects or something, let me say so. And there is this group in Africa called politicians. For 7 years, I've worked in projects. And the biggest problem to any project being done are the communities around those areas. And the information or the disinformation that are, or propaganda that are being used, mostly they come with politicians. In that graph, they belong to people with high power, but they can have either low interest or high interest. But most of the time, the interest must be low. They just want popularity. Can you probably educate us? How do we deal with this kind of, there were suggestions that you wrote there, I cannot remember them. How do you deal with this kind of people? Because I'm sure if you deal with around politics, around these communities, we will not be having issues. Because even most of these professionals, they just follow these politicians. That is what they follow and that is what they adopt. We can talk about professionalism and everything, but in Kenya, for example, there are communities when one person talks, everybody believes that is the gospel truth. And lastly, nuclear energy, yes, now we talk about it here very much. We have summits, we have workshops, we have seminars, but when we live here, it goes dead. Today we are here. Can NUPEA tell us the commitment they have from today what they are going to do, that they are getting recommendations from these people who are here. Thank you very much.
So we didn't get your name.
My name is Engineer John Bosco Gut.
From?
I work with Vermat Engineering Consultants.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer. Part of the reason we are here is to be able to clarify issues, to exchange ideas, to exchange views, to benchmark, and to share. It's a platform for sharing as well, and improvement. However, I think even if you look at the last week alone, I just want to refer to last week alone, there have been I think about 5 articles on this summit. If you've been observing, I'll ask my colleagues to share with you so we're on the same wavelength. And intermittently, you're saying the intermittence is what I think I'm picking from you, that why is nuclear not every week or something like that, or something to that effect. However, what I can assure you is there are specific systematic approaches. There is what you call coverage. There is also the paid-up media. And in the last 2 years, we did a very extensive documentary series in 10 parts, which was aired quite broadly in the media. Our CEO regularly does current affairs programs, both on radio and TV, and we facilitate those platforms, and we can also guide you to where they are, both online and on the portals, et cetera, et cetera. So we're able to do that. And what we are now planning and thinking is how we're going to do it also on vernacular stations, because vernacular stations are increasingly popular now, but we want to also get a footprint in those ones. But it's something that is done and is continually important. So I think that's what I'd respond to that. And I think Delia, you had something?
I don't know if there was a question for
Yes.
me.
I think it did, but
If it was with respect to motivation, like you've clearly identified in the example that you used the motivation of the politician. He or she has a high level of influence, but very little interest in the success of the project or the decision-making process. So it is good that you've identified the stakeholder and you've identified the motivation behind it. So the next step that I would take is beginning to craft a message that speaks to their motivation. They may not be persuaded to vote a certain way that you want them to vote, but at least if you can come to them saying, hey, I understand your perspective, I understand your motivations, here is some information that is factual on the decision that we're about to make. That's at least the first step that you can take in trying to basically respond strategically to the misinformation or disinformation that's being spread.
And Engineer, what I'd also encourage you, follow us on all the platforms. So you can become we can have more conversation. LinkedIn, we're there, YouTube, Facebook, X, the one you don't like, TikTok. So follow us and let's continue the conversation, because it is a profound one. Nuclear is a very deep issue. It is an issue for 80 years. Actually, what we're doing now is your grandchildren, at the other end of the scale, or maybe great-grandchildren. I don't know, maybe you couldn't have grandchildren, or almost. So even your great-grandchildren,
Right, and
Yeah.
in the presentation that I had, there were a couple of resources that were identified by the IAEA that speak to stakeholder engagement and specific strategies that you can implement, engaging them and crafting your message. So I'll be around all week. If you want to talk a little bit more about some of those resources, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. This is Rafael Chesori from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm here to represent the network of young professionals in nuclear science and technology, right away from the international level to grassroots here in Kenya. Yeah, we belong to the Youth in Nuclear, a global network. We proud ourselves as the leaders of nuclear science and technology, the youth leaders in nuclear science and technology. Actually, the topic today on stakeholders speaks to the heart of our foundation as a global network, which has, of course, presence at the grassroots. Here, Kenyan Young Generation in Nuclear. So when it comes to stakeholders engagement, I think we've really delved a lot into that, and perhaps we may be talking a lot and action little. And that's maybe our challenge that we need to address as the big elephant in the house. Like, for example, someone mentioned that they have not heard of NUPEA, massive stakeholder engagement and public participation for us, for example. It could be because the information is limited to some quarters. It's not reaching out to, Bassett Buyuka described, there are those stakeholders that are easy to get, others hard to get, and maybe those that you should focus on. And I think it's high time that we play a crucial role as stakeholders in the industry to spearhead the information, dissemination of factual information. Because in the space outside there, there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and as you mentioned, politicians are key in disinforming the public and wanting to have the political mileage for their political expediency. What I want to ask to maybe perhaps to embrace from here is to have a robust approach to how we engage our stakeholders. I see NUPEA posts a lot of stuff. I follow at individual level. The network also follow. But sometimes they miss even to tag those important stakeholders, including the universities. When there's something that's happening at NUPEA, all the universities in Kenya must know something is happening in NUPEA. All the youth networks, they must know that something is happening in NUPEA. And I think that is the best approach on engaging all the voices, and especially the youth, like the Gen Z. They usually trend on social media, and we have to tap into that energy. So as a young professional network, we have the platform to harness this critical energy to steer the industry to the next level. Maybe to finalize on that, I invite all young people and professionals to our summit in Abu Dhabi this September 28 to October 4th. That's the International Youth Nuclear Congress, which is a global conference that has brought us together since 2000 to date. So I believe that this conversation is not just today alone. This is a conversation that we take through generations and generations. And these are the platforms that we create to have knowledge transfer from one generation to another. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask my question and then you answer them at once.
Okay, but I believe we've been told that yours will be the last question that is asked for this session.
Okay, thank you very much. Tom Juma. I have a background in mechanical engineering and I'm a politician. Yes, I was a candidate in the last election, but things turned upside down. I have a question on political interference and just an advice on how we can engage the community or the residents in Kilifi County. Kenya is a democratic country that is governed on a 5-year term basis and an extension of 1 term, that is 10, if the president is elected. Our country, Kenya, the president supports this move of having nuclear power plant. My question on political interference is, should the next president coming next after 10 years, be against nuclear power plant. How are you prepared to handle this? Are we going to shut down the plant? Are we going to ignore the investments that we have made in terms of training and advocacy? And my contribution on how to engage the community at Kilifi. Politicians, they like credit and they like recognition. The moment you do your outreach program, without giving them the mic to speak before you, I'm assuring you that they will be against you. So just as an advice, as you continue to engage the residents in Kilifi, during your outreach programs, give politicians the mic and speak after them. Thank you.
Thank you for self-identifying as a politician. We appreciate that.
Good afternoon once more. For those who might not have been here, my name is Ezra Odhiambo, Chair of Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. I've listened to this conversation on stakeholder engagement very keenly. However, I would want to bring one key point to your attention, that every communication initiative costs money. And communication can be very expensive, particularly in this part of the world. You don't pay, you don't get coverage. Including even this summit, we might have to cough some money to get reasonable coverage. Therefore, to achieve good results, we have to engage our political stakeholders so that we get adequate financial allocation. When there's no budget, nothing happens within government. And I want you to get that very, very clearly. Every initiative starts with money. No money, no budget, no communication. It's very, very important that we take that into consideration. Thank you.
Again, we'd just like to thank you again, and we'll both be here. If you have any additional questions, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just for the aspiring politician, in Kilifi, let me just bring that. You are saying we give the mic to the politicians. The politicians have had the mic. We have had them on our engagements in the past, and we'll continue to have them even in the future. So it's not like we are not engaging them. It's just that the interests are very intricate. You're a politician, you know. If you're a true one, you know the dynamics of politics and what it entails. We've had even politicians who are supporting who are now saying otherwise. So, but the dynamics of politics dictate that. So it's not that we have not given them the mic. We've given them several mics, and they have amplified through them. Okay? I know we're supposed to be winding down now, and because time is coming to an end. I can see hands, but time.
Just one. Can I just give just one last comment, please? Very quickly. My name is Geoffrey Nyasimi, and I come from the oil and gas space. And I'm very delighted to see Tanzanians very represented ably here. I'd kindly request if this platform can always be extrapolated into the larger East Africa platform, because we've had a very good success in terms of gas uptake by thermal users. So if at some point in our lobbying, in our communication, etc., we must identify industrial thermal users as very key stakeholders in this activity, and we must find a way on how to bring them on board, because in South-South countries mostly, policy will always follow capital, and communities will always follow finances. So if we give thermal users, rather industrial thermal users, this gospel probably of modular nuclear units, it can go a long way to easen our both financial burden and this thing to be taken up very quickly. In Songosongo, we have close to 47 trillion cubic feet of gas. And right now it's maxed out because 90 to 95% is being consumed by industrial users. Please do remember East Africa as a whole when we put this thing into greater perspective. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And just to inform you, just 2 months ago, there was the East Africa Power Pool Conference, where Tanzania was a very critical player, basically the whole region. So such initiatives are already taking place. But I think, Oga, Akwabaman, we get back to you.
All right, thank you very much for your, please don't go away, of course, you have to pick your chocolates, and then you'll be getting, so please feel free.
Well, I already had one, but I'd take another.
That's okay. Yeah, you can take another. And we're going to also present you with your speaker gifts. To do that, I'm going to invite Elizabeth Lenjo, who's a board member for NUPIA, to come give the presentation. So we're going to start with the Leah and Mr. Buyaka.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we'd also have the chairman of NUPIA, Mr. Ezra Odiambo, also come for a speaker gift. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, there were 2 others who are supposed to have been here, but they are not around to receive their speaker gifts, so it will be given to them. But yeah, thank you very much. So here we are at the end of today's sessions. What we're going to do now is going to move into the foyer, or in fact, you can stay here, and we're going to have some conversations amongst ourselves and network. But I need to make this clear again, this announcement, which has to do with the tags. If you haven't picked up your tags, they're available at the foyer, so you can have to pick it up, because tomorrow without the tag, you would not be allowed into the building. But yes, thank you all so much for being part of today's session. This is just day 1. And tomorrow, we're back again with more. My name is Israel Aye, and those of you who haven't had your chocolates, you get your chocolates tomorrow. There are more where this came from. But thank you very much. You all have a good evening. But yes, please engage and have some coffee and the snacks that are available. Thank you very much.